Good morning, everyone. My name is John Wagner. I'm one of the rural reps on the SAMA board. I'd like to welcome you to our 2023 SAMA annual meeting. A couple things first here. Cell phones, if you could please put them on silent or vibrate. Also, washrooms are just outside the door, off the end of the escalators there. So, couple other things here. For those that are on here virtually, all the presentations will be on the SAMA website, so you can view them there. And other things coming up here later on today, our meal will be served in here. You don't have to go out for dinner or anything like that. So, let's see. First of all, we'll go over our agenda here, and as you can see, we're going to have greetings this morning from Minister Don McMorris, Mayor Sandra Masters, and our Chair, Myron Knaffel. Go over our director's report, also our CEO, Betty Rogers, and Todd Tresslin, and Sean Cooney, and Matthew Ratch, all from SAMA administration, will be giving reports. Coffee break, we're going to go into a session on the history and importance of SAMA. Our keynote speakers from Sturgeon County, north of Edmonton, Mayor Alana Nachu. She's involved with oil and gas and the hydrogen industry. And they call it a plenary session. I guess it's the board bear pit is what I call it. And then we're going to go through the assessment jurisdictions with Prince Albert, Regina, Saskatoon, and Swift Current. And then a resolution session. Now, currently there are no resolutions. If there are emergent resolutions, and by that I mean something that's come up in the last few weeks, not something you've been thinking about for a couple of years. If you have something that is emergent, just contact any of our SAMA staff and they'll work with you to set that up. In your packages, you should see a thing on Slido that's there. You can access that. To get on the Wi-Fi here, it's under Delta Meeting Network, and the password's admin. So you just go on that, and you can ask questions through that. So it's also another thing that we have here is tea, coffee, everything's on all throughout the entire meeting. On our breaks, SAMA View is set up back there. People will help you with that. Also, if you have questions on My SAMA, they'll help you with that. I'm looking here at the Slido thing with the password code, and I was thinking of a story of a bar where a guy walked in and he said, "What's your Wi-Fi password?" He said, "You need to buy a drink first." He said, "Okay, I'll have a Coke." "Pepsi, okay, yep, $3. "So, what's your password?" "You need to buy a drink first. Small case, no spaces." We got to use that at our next SAMA thing. At this time, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Don McMorris. He's the Minister of Government Relations and Minister responsible for First Nations, Métis, and Northern Affairs. Don McMorris was raised in southern Saskatchewan, Indian Head, Milestone constituency, and maintains strong connections to the community and the people in the area. Throughout the years, Don has always focused on serving the people of our province. And after many years with the Saskatchewan Safety Council, he was elected to the legislature as the MLA for Indian Head Milestone in 1999. He was most recently re-elected in 2020 provincial elections. Don has served Saskatchewan in different roles in government over the years, and on November 9th, 2020, Premier Scott Moe appointed Don as the Minister of Government Relations, Minister responsible for First Nations, Métis, and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Provincial Capital Commission. Welcome, Minister McMorris.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John. Thanks for that introduction. It's a privilege to be here, and especially when I look out and see so many familiar faces, lots of familiar faces. It always makes it either more comfortable or more nerve-wracking to give a speech. But anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge, first of all, that we're on Treaty 4 territory and homeland of the Métis. On behalf of the provincial government, I'm pleased to join you at your annual meeting here today. And let me start by saying how important the work is that SAMA does for our province. We couldn't operate, obviously, without you. We depend on you and your assessment appraisers to provide information that's critical to our financial planning processes at the provincial and municipal levels. We rely on the accurate property assessment data you provide for education and municipal purposes. To translate this into dollar figures, in 2021, SAMA reinspections on tax rolls added $6.8 million in annual reoccurring municipal and education property tax. And in 2022, SAMA conducted just under 112,000 property reviews, which is the 5th consecutive year of achieving more than 100,000, which is it's a huge mark compared to where we were many, many years ago. Without this vital information, municipalities would be unable to collect property tax. Recently, our government delivered the provincial budget, and one of the highlights of this year's budget was a record $3.1 billion allocated towards education. This includes $798 million in education property tax based purely on the property assessment delivered by SAMA and other agencies and services providers across the province. In preparation for the 2025 provincial reevaluation, SAMA has submitted the SAMA Board Order to implement the Saskatchewan Assessment Manual 2023 base year for ministerial approval. As you know, the manual is required by all assessment providers to conduct regular property assessments. We are in the final processes of reviewing the SAMA Board Order, and I hope to sign a ministerial order approving it shortly. And lastly, I want to touch on the boards of revision. All boards of revision must be certified to hear appeals for the 2023 taxation year. The centralized boards of revision was established through the ADR Institute of Saskatchewan for those municipalities unable to appoint or contract their own local boards of revision. To date, more than 20 municipalities have chosen to appoint the centralized board. Establishing the boards of revision outside government will keep its decision-making process independent of provincial or municipal influence while ensuring an efficient and effective appeal process for ratepayers. So thanks again for your dedication to ensuring Saskatchewan property assessment and tax systems remains efficient and effective. We absolutely depend on it. Thank you for all you do, and have a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister McMorris. We certainly do appreciate the minister. We deal with government relations quite often. He has a more or less an open door policy, very accessible, and we certainly do appreciate that. Our next guest is Regina Mayor Sandra Masters. Sandra Masters was sworn in as Regina's 35th mayor on November 23rd, 2020. Proudly Saskatchewan, Mayor Masters has called Regina home for more than 23 years. She recognizes the potential Regina has and is driven by a desire to create a more vibrant city. Mayor Masters maintains a commitment to finding actionable solutions to the challenges that Regina faces. In her 2 years as mayor, Mayor Masters has made consistent strides in fostering economic growth, creating fair opportunities, improving city operations, establishing important partnerships, and building safer communities. Encouraged by the unmatched spirit of Regina residents, Mayor Masters is passionately optimistic about Regina's future and values the outstanding individuals who choose to build their lives here. Please welcome Mayor Sandra Masters.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Minister McMorris, for the land acknowledgement. I have the privilege of being mayor on Treaty 4 territory. And to I see some fellow mayors and council members in the crowd. That's wonderful. On behalf of my council colleagues and our city, I just am pleased to welcome you to Regina and to the Saskatchewan Assessment Management Agency's 2023 Annual General Meeting. This year's meeting theme, Assessment Matters, certainly rings true for all of us here today. Having the most recent data and property valuations is critical to determining in an accurate way the tax bases and to forecast annual revenues for our cities. More than that, though, it allows us to analyze where properties are up and where they're down, and help us in determining where investment needs to happen to create a more vibrant place for our residents to live. And so I appreciate the work of SAMA because it actually directly connects, your work directly connects to the experience our residents have in our cities. And I'm with Minister McMorris on more investment in education is also fantastic for everyone's community. SAMA's services also help to strengthen the relationship between municipalities by being transparent and open. You know, they can be reviewed by individual owners and challenged, and I know that's never the goal. But the fact that that's within the legislation is a testament to the environment that SAMA operates under, that the legislation and the process operates under, and I think it overall provides for a very fair assessment system. We appreciate the role that you play in our communities, but also your commitment to continually looking for ways to innovate, to provide quality service to residents. Today, again, I'll say how appreciative we are that we get to host this every other year. You have an opportunity for our provinces, municipalities, and local governments to connect with each other, and SAMA's board of directors to discuss assessment issues. And I hope everyone has a chance to engage, connect with old friends, maybe make some new friends, but have productive conversations and leave here perhaps with new insights and potential solutions as we move forward. I will say I appreciate the work, specifically that the board does. Sometimes public service can be challenging, and so know that your services are valued, and the efforts you put in and advocate for are incredibly appreciated. I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I was thinking of a thing I read the other day, and it was a study, and it said a husband was convincing his wife that women said more in a day than men do. And he said, here's this study, and it says the average man says 15,000 words in a day, and the average woman says 30,000 words in a day. And she thought a while, and she said, well, that's because we have to repeat everything. And he said, what? Anyways, I would like to bring up now introduce our CEO, our board chair, Myron Knaffel. Myron was appointed as SAMA's board chair in January 2017 after serving as a SAMA board member since June 2008. Myron and his wife Lori live in Watson. Myron was a businessman in Watson, owning a construction company, the Esso Service Station, and TC Enterprises. Myron has been involved with the community as mayor in numerous other positions. Myron and Lori like to spend the winters in Mesa, where he's also involved in working on older military planes. Myron?
Thank you, John. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our 2023 Annual General Meeting for SAMA, and also welcome to everyone who's joining us online as well as those in the room here today. I would like to thank our Minister, Don McMorris from Government Relations, for his opening remarks, and thank you very much, Sandra Masters, for your opening remarks, your welcoming remarks, and thanks to the City of Regina for hosting our meeting here today. Appreciate that. Overall, things went very well at SAMA this past year, and now I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on last year's performance, as a lot of our executive reports following this will go more in detail. However, I'd like to highlight a few items from our annual report for 2022. This thing's got me. That button. Okay. This first slide is is our total annual property reviews. And as Mr. McMorris said a little bit earlier, last year we hit 105,000, a little over 105,000, and that was down a little bit from our goal of 110,000 as it was a reval year, and we just get a little busier at things, so we dropped down to 105 last year, but we still were able to hit our target of 420,000 reviews over the 4-year span, that reval span. And then, as you can see there, in the following year, in 2022, we were able to bounce up above the 110,000 again. That gives you you can just sort of look back over the past 10 years. That gives you an idea of how it's changed over them years. And of course, these inspections translate into cumulative tax gains over the years. And as you can see here, I forgot to move my slide again. You can see here we're at about $157,200,000 has been the cumulative tax gains over the past years since we've started this progress of doing 110 properties. And you can see every year as we do more and more inspections, the dollar values increase along with that. And then keep in mind that these revenues come to the table every year from the time they're the inception until every year they keep adding on. And these dollar figures are arrived by the average mill rate across the province, and they include both the municipal and the education tax portion of that. This slide shows on-time delivery maintenance packages for our clients, and that's always a concern. And you can see here in 2017, that was kind of our disaster year that year. We didn't do very well there at all, and we aimed to improve that. So the next reval year, we were able to hit 64%, and that's basically because in a reval year, again, we've only got so many people, and there's things that have to get done, and so that's one thing where we lag behind a little bit is our on-time maintenance. And but we're proud to say that in 2022, we bumped up to about 98% of our on-time maintenance, so that we were happy with that result. Okay, number of property assessment appeals, and of course this is an ongoing saga that we are concerned about every year, and we watch very closely every year. As you can see in the reval years, 2013, 2017, 2021, always more appeals in those years. Everybody gets a new tax notice and tax assessment notice, so the appeals are bound to go up. And the 2017 was the highest year that we had there. And glad to say that 2021, it dropped almost in half. And for 2022, we dropped down to 990. So hopefully it keeps going, that's a trend that keeps going. And if you look back and you wonder, well, why are there so many more appeals than, say, back in 2012? And actually what's kind of happening there is the professional appellants started coming into the province about that time. And, all the big box stores and that were trying to get their taxes lowered. And so as these appellants were, coming into the province, there was just a lot more appeals going on. But we're hoping now that, we've had some real good court decisions as of late, and we're hoping that those decisions make some of the issues a little more black and white, not just for SAMA, but for the appellants also. And it draws some lines saying, this is the way it is. So we're hoping that our appeal load will go down as the years go on, and that certainly would help everybody. And then we're always in consideration of our agency's operating costs, and we track how much the best way to follow that is, how many dollars per property. And you can see this year that it's a little bit higher at $25.69. And most of them slight increases are just your inflationary costs, which a lot of times you don't have much control over. But we're still staying pretty close to track to where we feel we should be. And this just gives you an idea of other jurisdictions. I believe there's 14 jurisdictions there from around the country. And as you can see there, SAMA, this is 2021, by the way, which is the last data we had for this. And you can see in 2021, we were still the lowest basically of all the reporting agencies across the province. So it's just something to keep an eye on, make sure that we're not getting out of line with our spending, and we maybe can't necessarily stay the lowest cost all the time, but we want to stay in that range that's reasonable for everybody and for our clients. The next slide, which is our workforce turnover, and that's something that every organization has to watch and make sure they're doing everything they can so that them numbers stay down. We're a little higher than we'd like to see this year at 9.2% turnover. And the reason for these turnovers is voluntary turnovers, and it can be anything from people moving on in their career to something else, maybe going to a different agency or even retirements. And and this year we had quite a few retirements, but that's still an issue because it's still people that you have to replace, and a lot of times in retirements you've lost some skilled people with many years of experience behind them, and now you have to backfill that, and it can be a problem, especially in the assessment industry, because it's not so easy. You can't just run out in the street and grab new assessors every day. It's a bit of a problem. So it's a number that we have to keep track of and do the best that we can to make sure that them turnovers stay as low as possible. And the annual employee work absent days, that's also another thing that we track with our employees. And we're a little bit higher this year, again at 10.62, I believe it is, for 2022. But we're still well within the parameters of across the province and the country. But it is something that, it sometimes can ring alarm bells for you, like, what are we doing wrong? Why are people not able to come to work? So we look at things, like to do what we can for our employees, like working at home programs where they can do some work at home, a little more flexible schedules, where stuff like that. Anything that we can do to help keep our employees first of all, and while we retain them, to make sure that they're engaged and showing up for work every day. So that's also a parameter that we have to keep in mind. So, as you can see, we had a pretty good year. I don't think there's any real red flags up at this point in time. Looking forward into 2023, a couple of issues that we have a few concerns about and have to deal with. First of all is, again, going back to the appeals and the legal costs of those appeals. And that last year, we kind of hit our peak. In 2021, I should say, of about $750,000 costs on legal fees, which is just not sustainable. So we this past year in 2022, we were able to drop that down to around $650,000. So it's kind of a good sign, going in the right direction. And we feel it for a couple of reasons. Basically, first of all, we put in a process where we started squeezing every dollar that we spent on legal fees and questioning where is this money going and why is it going there. And we basically now we go to our legal teams and we ask for an estimate of what it's going to cost to do this particular job. And when we get the invoice later and it's a lot higher than the estimate, we're asking a lot of questions. Why is that happening? Why is the cost up like that? We want a detailed invoice so that we can look at it and say, well, you know what, there's maybe some things in this invoice that we could be doing in-house and saving some legal costs for that. And that's reflecting back now, and it's going to take some time, but it reflects back on lowering our legal costs to our legal teams. And the other thing is, like I mentioned a little earlier, is the court decisions that have clarified some of these issues. And it's going to help us get things right going forward. And the more we can get things right and, keep the appellants pleased, the less we're going to have to spend going to the appeals court. So that's things that we're working on to get our, and we're hoping that some of these things keep these costs going in a positive direction, or maybe I should say the dollar costs in a negative direction. The other thing is inflationary costs, and I think everybody in this room has got huge concerns about where's inflation going to go, where's it going to end up, where's it going to end up this year, next year, 5 years from now. And as I mentioned before, 75% of our costs at SAMA are wages, and inflation is a huge impact on wages. And you know, the ball just keeps rolling. And in our case, every 1% increase in wages is about $150,000. We're right now in the midst of negotiating a contract. Our contract actually expired in 2021, and so we're over a year past the expiry date already. And we're trying to negotiate a new contract, so hopefully we'll get that under control, and then it'll give us a little better idea of the cost that it's going to incur. And you know, just to be plain about this, we definitely want to treat our employees fairly, of course. But on the other hand, you know, we do have a fiscal responsibility to make sure we stay within our budget lines and we're not going over those. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and it's going to take some planning to get that right, but we'll work on that. And the other thing is, unfortunately, our provincial budget, we weren't able to receive any inflationary increase for this year, and that's about the fourth year in a row now that we haven't had any inflationary increases from the province. So it makes it a little tough. Like this, you know, last year already we were cutting into our reserves, and we're going to be cutting quite a bit into our reserves this year to make things work. But we're hoping to put a plan together that'll make it all work out. So I'm sure we'll get through it somehow. So that's about it. That's everything I had. Thank you very much. And I'll now hand it over to Betty Rogers, our CEO. And Betty, this was her first year, full year as our CEO. And she's just done an excellent job in this first year. And we've had lots of things come our way, and she was able to handle them all just greatly. And she's done a stellar job at steering this ship in the right direction and keeping us on track when we start going off the rails a little bit. So thank you very much, Betty, for all your help this year, and it's been great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Like John says, I can convince anybody of anything, and obviously I've convinced Myron that I'm doing a good job, so I don't know. You guys be the judge. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see so many familiar faces. It's funny, I have an HR background, but I have a really hard time remembering people's names. I just don't understand why it is that way, but for some reason that's how I roll. We did have a really good year in 22, lots of challenges, mind you. There's always good challenges in assessment, and from my perspective, could not have done it without the excellent staff that we have at SAMA. So much expertise at SAMA, and I don't know how many years of experience we have just on the executive team alone. There's a lot of really good experience, and so we work really well together as a team. So thanks for that, Myron. That's a very good summary, and in fact, most of my presentation has already been covered, so I can roll along through mine really fast here. Today, I just want to briefly go over a little bit of an introduction to SAMA in terms of the legislation that governs us. You'll hear about it periodically from other folks. Talk about the key perspectives that we track our successes and our challenges through. So we've got 5 key perspectives that we follow. And talk about some of our successes and how we've been supporting the provincial growth, which is something that Myron has already addressed, and then talk about some of our challenges and opportunities. So the legislation was formed in 1987, the Saskatchewan Assessment Management Agency Act, which puts us responsible for the assessment system and valuation services. And we're jointly funded, as Myron had mentioned this morning. We are responsible for the assessment governance side of the property assessment base, and right now it sits at around $265 billion. And the valuation services to over 750 municipalities, including urban, northern, and rural, and over $2.2 billion in revenues for municipalities and education. So Saskatchewan's got a good property assessment base there for the communities. We have offices throughout Saskatchewan, so our central office is in Regina, and we've got 7 regional offices, plus we serve the city of Moose Jaw also. And it's nice to have the offices around Saskatchewan. Our staff live and work there, so folks in Melfort that work in the Melfort office live and work in the Melfort office and live in the community. So we're proud to support those communities across Saskatchewan. Here's a picture of our board of directors, which we have on other slides as well. And this is just a note to the board that this is a really good board to work with, honestly. We have really good, robust discussions on lots of things, and they work really hard to support the efforts that the staff are bringing, and we really appreciate the efforts of the board and the communication. The executive team, a number of them are here today, actually. So this is a picture from our annual report. We've got assessment services, quality assurance, technical standards and policy, finance, information services. We've got Karine as our executive assistant. We've got directors in HR and technical standards and policy also. So we've got a really good perspective coming to the executive team, and everybody plays a role and everybody does a good job at managing their own area. And that makes my job easy so that I can just, I say trust and track. That's basically how we get through things. But we have an excellent team, and any questions that come through to the executive team are generally able to be answered, and or they go to the folks like Kevin Grote, for example. I see Kevin sitting there looking at the assessment services and valuation side of things. So we've got lots of folks there that can help you. I just want to talk now about the key perspectives, and the reason I talk about excellence is that we're working hard at SAMA to make sure we're raising our level of excellence and paying attention to things, putting in quality measures, making sure that we report on things. So it kind of is the old adage, what gets measured gets done, and so really paying attention to quality and excellence at SAMA. And especially on the strategic side of things, we're wanting to make sure that quality is something we talk about every day at SAMA, and that we're making sure our reports are quality and our data is accurate. And Mayor Sandra Masters talked this morning about accurate data, and that is one of the most important things we can do, I think, is timely, accurate data, understandable data. And we're trying to increase our level of excellence there. Now, these key perspectives, this is sort of an idea that I brought to the table when I became CEO. That's how my brain works. I just need to compartmentalize things and put them into categories. So we look at things from the strategic side of things, from the customer and stakeholder side of things, from the financial side of things, from the business process and business process improvement perspective, as well as people in learning. And of course, underpinning it all is the people, because we can't do the job without the people. And so we spend a lot of time making sure that we have those areas covered. Quickly just go through these topics. Strategically, I talked about quality. We've also partnered with Excellence Canada to help us review all of our areas of business to make sure that we have organizational excellence in all areas of people management, strategic, risk management, those kinds of things. So we're working on that program. One of the most important areas, of course, is our customer and stakeholder perspective, and you've seen slides already about the number of property reviews that we conduct. We're on a 12-year reinspection cycle at this point, but timely delivery of maintenance is important, as is the quality of data. Also, preparation for the revaluations, very important. Our technical standards and policy group does a lot of work on that, and Sean will be coming up later and Andrew, I believe, talking about the revaluation prep and whatnot. Really, there's a lot of consultation goes into it. There's a lot of detail work that needs to be done to get those rates loaded into our computer mass appraisal system and whatnot. So we are really tracking those things and making sure that we're doing them in a timely basis. We also do we attend a lot of meetings, and we also attend all of the conventions as much as we can. SUMA, SARM, RMAA, UMass if invited. We want to make sure that we've got trade shows there, that we've got people answering questions at the booth. We're working hard on educational processes to make sure that we're talking to people in plain language, that we're still working on that. It's trying to take the assessment speak out of our presentations a little bit so that people understand what a COD is or an MRA, whatever it happens to be. We're trying to take that into a plain language so that we can help people understand assessment a little bit more. I don't understand assessment totally. There's no doubt that it's a complicated process in terms of the number of methods that are used and whatnot. And so that's why we have the experts that can help explain those kinds of things. But honestly, as property owners in the province and as administrators and councils working through the reports and whatnot that you get from SAMA, please contact us. If you have questions, you don't understand something, we do want you to contact and ask the question. We're proud to support Saskatchewan's growth. Saskatchewan has a pretty robust growth plan, and Myron had this slide out before, but when you think about the property assessments and the property reviews that we do and how it contributes to Saskatchewan's growth, our staff can be really proud of the work that they do. And all these dollars that are contributing to the education and the municipal sectors, important for communities and the growth and the sort of your hometowns, making sure that you're getting what you need in terms of infrastructure. So we're really proud to be able to contribute to that. In terms of our financial perspective, yes, we certainly are managing legal expenditures as well as all of our expenditures. We have very good financial processes, and we have clean audits on regular, and Matthew will be up here shortly to talk about that. We also prefer stability in our funding. We're finding now that we're having to be more agile, which is one of those words that it's kind of like pivot, yeah, that you kind of hate to use. But it's true, we really need to be flexible in the way we're approaching our financials and making sure that we are forward-looking in terms of how is our budget going to affect our processes, how is it going to affect our service delivery. And we have to keep in mind what's really important, what we're mandated to do in terms of our service delivery. And so that's something that we keep top of mind all the time. Business processes. We do a lot of improvement. Many years ago, we brought in a business process improvement program, and we have done a lot of things to improve. We get staff involved at a grassroots level. They're the folks that do the work. They know what needs to be done in order to improve things, and we've made a lot of good improvements over the years. We also brought in new technology in about 2014, 2015, and that dip in the maintenance delivery in 2017 was largely due to the new technology that we brought in. We brought in a new CAMA system, or an upgraded CAMA system, and we had a lot of trouble running reports after that new system. So learning number one is do not try to deliver a new CAMA system right before a revaluation. Pretty simple. But as it turns out, the timelines stretch on you, so as projects get delayed, there was no intention to deliver it that late, but things got delayed, and things happened. But anyway, we've improved greatly since that time. Talked a little bit already about people and learning and how important the people side of our business is. We want to make sure that our people are available to the administrators and municipalities. We're working hard on staff retention and always recruitment. We're always looking for good folks, but also on the retention side of things, our turnover is a little bit higher right now. Part of it is demographics, that we've got folks who are eligible for retirement and people are retiring. But part of it is people are career changing, and there's a little bit of the post-pandemic thing going on, I believe, that people are making changes to their lifestyle and they're making decisions about what to do with the rest of their lives, kind of thing. So we're being affected by that, just as any other organization is. We spend a lot of time and effort on training and developing our staff. We have a very good focus on making sure that we help people through to get their accreditations, get licensed as appraisers, or other areas. So if people would like to take a certification for IT, for example, we support those kinds of certifications as well. And as Myron mentioned, we are in the middle of collective bargaining, and we hope to resolve that this year also. So here's a real HR thing to do. Opportunities disguised as challenges. I really think that we have, it doesn't matter what company you work for, what organization you're in, there are things that come at you that you need to change, improve. We are in an analysis year, which means that we have a number of staff. If you were at the administrator training session yesterday, there was a number given on the number of staff that we've put on to the analysis side of it, and I forget what the number was. I think it's 36, thank you, whoever's shouting that out. So what it means is that gives us fewer people to work on re-inspections and whatnot, because we have to do the analysis, we have to have a good basis in order to bring in the next revaluation. But what we have to support that challenge is so many skilled staff, and we've got cross-training going on, and we've got good pods and teams of people who are working on these things. So we've got challenges, but we also have solutions to the challenges. The other thing that we're challenged with right now is educating property owners and councils on property assessment and the relationship to taxation. And there's multiple confusions around how this works, generally speaking. So I talked about the educational side of it, our customer and stakeholder perspective, where we're wanting to get out in front of councils. We're wanting to present to associations, and we're wanting to present to groups like Mayor's Caucus and that kind of thing. So we've done a lot of that. And we also have recently created some webinars where people can go onto the website and watch some of the information that we've presented through webinar. We've also done some extra communication things in terms of phoning ahead to property owners before we come out and do property inspection, that sort of thing. So we're really working on it, and we were really happy that Government Relations was with us yesterday at the training session to help explain some of the mill rate and the EPT whatnot that was going on. I'm not going to try and explain it, but Kelly Muntz is back there, and he'd be happy to explain it if you're interested. Also, there's some movement afoot right now looking at changes potentially to the assessment system, and if there were some changes to be made there's things that need to happen in terms of legislation, consultations, there's costs involved. So the solution to that for us is participating as much as we can in those discussions. So we're a neutral party. We're not recommending anything. What we're doing is providing as much information when asked about the systems and about the history, and Sean Cooney will be up later to talk about the history of assessment. General financial planning, already talked about that, and staff retention and development for a strong future SAMA is really important to us. We have a lot of people who will be eligible, continuing to be eligible for retirement over the next few years, but we've got good programs in place, and we do a lot of succession planning, and we have good retention strategies. Just a quick, did you know, we also do property assessment on contract basis for some First Nations. So as they approach us, and if we need to contract a temporary staff member, usually a retiree, to do the work, but we have entered into a few contracts with some First Nations to do some work there. We don't take on the work if we can't bring in a retired person to do the work. So we never take away from the work that's being done from client municipalities already. We do that as additional work. So I'm looking forward to today. There's some good presentations, and we're happy to have the cities here also to give the updates from their folks, and looking forward to our speaker, Lana Nachu. Thank you for coming. Your feedback is important. We like to hear from folks, and we like to be able to answer questions if you have any today. Some information there on our website, and that's it for me. So thanks, everyone. Thank you. And next, I'd like to introduce Todd Treslin, who's our Managing Director of our Assessment Services Division.
Thank you, Betty. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the SAMA AGM in 2023. And there are a number of people attending online today, so I'll wave. Welcome. I know we can't see you. We're glad that you're able to attend today. So I see a number of familiar faces in this room. I'm coming up on 34 years in the business, May 1st, so it's been a great career. Enjoyed working with many of you and looking at continuing to work with many of you into the next number of years. So this room holds a bit of nostalgia for me because 28 years ago, we had our first SAMA annual general meeting in this room. We were over on the other side, but it was the very first SAMA annual general meeting, and you say, well, why do you remember that? And I remember it because it was my first year on the SAMA board. I was the first representative of the Saskatchewan Assessors Association, elected in 1994, and I got to spend 3 years on the SAMA board. And I was an appraiser with SAMA, so it was a unique experience. And we had our first annual general meeting in this room in 1995. And the reason I remember it so vividly, it was probably 28 years ago to this date. My first child, my daughter, was born on April 10th, so I have some memories. And anyway, so it's great to see you all here today. I want to give you a bit of an update on what Assessment Services Division has been doing over the last year, and what we do. And so we have 4 main things that we do in the Assessment Services Division. We do annual maintenance. That's those annual changes when you, our clients, send in your lists to keep the physical inventory current and up to date. So new construction, renovations, removals, that's an important part of getting the new assessments on the roll for the next assessment roll year. So we spend a lot of time doing assessment maintenance, which is fed from our client municipalities. Re-inspections, and that's when we do a general review of all properties in a municipality to ensure the physical inventory is current. And when we start talking about a 12-year re-inspection cycle, what we mean there is we want to get to every municipality in the province at least once every 12 years to do a general re-inspection. We're doing maintenance on an ongoing basis with municipalities giving that information, but it's to look at properties at least once every 12 years. If a property has had maintenance on it, of course, we've looked at it more often, but that's when we talk about re-inspections what we mean. Revaluations, right now, they happen once every 4 years, and we do a number of things like sales verification because we're on a market-based assessment system, so that's ongoing. Market analysis, as Betty just mentioned, we have a number of staff right now pulled off doing analysis for the 2025 reval. And then we implement those numbers and then provide the numbers for the revaluation year. Also supportive values, and there's been discussion about appeals this morning. So the appeal process happens every year. Every property owner has the right to appeal their assessment every year when the roll is open. So we can look at agreements to adjust where we can, if there's an error on the property or it's brought to our attention and we can agree that there's a change that needs to be made after the appeals launch, we can do an agreement to adjust with the municipality, the property owner, and SAMA signing off on that, and then that value is adjusted. Or we may go to a board of revision, the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. Ultimately, things can go to the Court of Appeal on questions of law or the King's Bench Court as well. So these are the 4 main things that in assessment services we do on a yearly basis. Some SAMA statistics, 751 municipalities. That number changes year to year because there's dissolutions of villages that go into hamlet status. So it may look like we've lost a jurisdiction, but it's just that the village has been converted into a hamlet, so then it becomes part of an RM. So we're tracking about 751 municipalities. We count the NAD, the Northern Administration District, as one. Terry's here today, I see, but there's about 60-some or 70. The number kind of varies. Yeah, he's got his hand up there more. But we track it as one, so we consider 751 municipalities, and we provide those services I talked about in all of our jurisdictions. About 874,000 properties in our jurisdictions. The 8 regional offices that was mentioned before, and we have an industrial unit that's located in Regina, and a revaluation unit. Total SAMA staff, 163 and a quarter. I'm still looking for that quarter staff, but and then in assessment services, we have 118 and a quarter staff. So that's the staff that I'm responsible for. Our regions, as we mentioned before, 8 regional offices just throughout the province. City of Moose Jaw has its own office. And these are our managers in those regional offices and in our industrial units. So many of them are here today, and many of them you've maybe met in your regions, local regions. But just wanted to put a face to the name of our managers in each region. Sales verification. As I mentioned, we're on a market value-based assessment system, so sales are the foundation. We need to verify the sales, and I just wanted to give you an idea of how many sales we typically have in our jurisdictions, and this would be in about the 4-year period leading up to a base date. So for the 2013 reval, we had about 203,000 sales. Now, that's every transaction that comes through ISC, and we get a copy of every one of them every week. So we need to sift through them to basically find the arm's length transactions. That'd be like me buying a property from any of you. We're not related. You know, you're trying to get the best deal you can. I'm trying to get the best deal I can. Arm's length. So we have to verify those sales. So I thought I'd just look historically for the different revaluations, how many sales we had in our jurisdictions. And as you can see, 2013 around 200,000. 2017, it bumped up a bit. We had a couple growth years in the province, 2013 and 2014, and so we had more sales available at that time. For the last revaluation, 2021, it dropped off to 197,000 sales. And for the current revaluation that we're working on right now, we have less sales. So it's interesting just seeing the trends in the province, and just due to the economy, and it's just interesting to look at. So typically 45 to 50,000 sales per year in our jurisdictions, and probably 15 to 20,000 that we need to verify as potentially arm's length. So it's just interesting when you look at those totals, and even if you look at getting ready for the 2029 reval, which we're still just getting ready for the 2025 reval, but sales that have happened since January 1st of this year are the sales that will be used in that reval. So it's about 9,000 sales as of the end of March. So even if you do the math there, we're looking down, but then usually sales activity picks up in April, May, you know, when people start buying properties, and there's a few less sales in the start of the year. Interesting to look at those trends. Supportive value and appeals, and Myron showed a slide on appeals. What I've done here is just to kind of give you overall level of appeals. The red bar is the actual number of appeals in a year. The blue bar beside that is 4 years prior, because we're on a 4-year cycle, so it's interesting just to sort of see in history how many appeals we had. So if you go back to the far right, where it says 2014, the blue bar there is 2010. So as you can see, we had less than 1,000 appeals in 2010, 11, and 12. And then we've had, you know, raising up of appeals in reval years, and of course, year one of the reval, we see more appeals. Our highest level of appeals was in 2017, where we had 7,200 appeals. Then, as you can see, it tapers off in years 2, 3, and 4, and then in a reval, we typically have more appeals again. 2022, we had less than 1,000 appeals, and that's the first time since basically way back in time in 2012, we had less than 1,000 appeals. So hopefully it's a trend. It's less appeals is a nice thing to have, because if we have less appeals, we spend less time on them, and we can focus more time on maintenance and re-inspections. So, but we also use this to plan how much time is it going to take to work on appeals, and we look forward, because appeals have to happen in the year that they happen. We have to work on them. We can't just put them to the side. So we build time into our plans to deal with the appeals, and that way they have to get handled, and then the rest of the time we can work on other projects. So it helps us for our planning. Next level of appeals is at the Saskatchewan Municipal Board, and I've done a similar type of trend slide here, going back to, on the far right, 4 years prior to 2014. So in 2010, 11, and 12, about 20 to 25 appeals would go to the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. And then we saw things start ratcheting up. In 2013 was a reval year, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and we started to see a backlog of appeals at the SMB, and they've been working on that, and we're coming down to better levels now. But as you can see, in 2022, we have about 107 appeals that we're tracking at the SMB. There's always the potential for appeals to go to the next level. Each party could potentially go to the SMB, so there's work there involved as well. Our primary goal, and we talk about property reviews, and there's been talk about this morning. For 2022, it was 110,000 property reviews, and that's with maintenance and re-inspections. And we were able to achieve that goal in 2022 with 111,000, just over our goal. What that allows us to do is hit that 12-year re-inspection cycle. So it's very important. That's why there's such a focus on our property review goal. And this is just a graphic showing where we've come from since 2012-13, when we were struggling to do 50,000 property reviews a year. We made some changes, got a new computer system, made some changes to our models, business processes, and as you can see, we moved it up. In 2018 was our first year. We were planning to do 100,000 properties, and we surpassed that target. 2019 as well. We got some additional funding from the provincial government in 2019. They said, we like what you're doing. We're going to give you another $700,000, but you need to put it towards more inspection capacity. So we went out and hired 7 more appraisers, and we set our target to 110,000 property reviews for 2020. Surpassed it that year. We're a little under in the reval year, but considering it was a revaluation year with appeals, still 105,000 property reviews is very significant. And last year, we met our target with over 110,000 property reviews. So in the 5 years since 2018, our goal was 530,000 property reviews, and we're actually 11,000 to the good at the end of 2022. So we're tracking to our goal. The re-inspections we did last year that are being implemented on 2023 rolls, we looked at 68,000 properties on the re-inspection side, 33,023 RMs, 1,800 or 1,900 commercial spread throughout our jurisdictions, 21,000 residential, and that could be houses in urban communities, it could be resort communities, it could be farmhouses in RMs. That's what we count there. And in our industrial unit, did a number of re-inspections as well. Oh, a little too far there. What we're planning for this year, another aggressive re-inspection year, 66,000, 67,000 properties, 34,022 RMs, about 1,900 commercial, 19,000 residential and industrial have their targets. So we need to keep that pace up to hit that 12-year inspection target. So these are just graphically showing you where we've come from. In 2017, we did about 28,000. 2018 was that first year we were trying to get to a combined inspection target of 100,000, and we did about 61,000 on the re-inspection side, and we've been keeping that pretty steady since, so it's good to see. Ag land inspection program, I just thought I'd show you graphically, because it's one thing to say we did 22 RMs last year and we're doing 22 this year. What this shows is from 2018 to 2023, so at the end of 2023, the colored RMs are the ones that should have had a re-inspection. The white RMs would be the ones that are going to be done over the next 6 years. So it's nice graphically to see, and it's scattered. We had some of our Yorkton staff in the Northeast say, well, look, the Weyburn region looks like they've got more done. Well, the Weyburn region are working kind of in blocks. The Yorkton region are looking at specific different RMs, maybe where the imagery is more recent. And I said, if they could just get RM 394, the arm of Hudson Bay done, it'd look like they got a lot done. So, but the arm of Hudson Bay was, I think, done towards the end of the last cycle, so it'll be getting done towards the end of this cycle. But anyway, it's interesting to see it graphically, and it's a visual kind of, it just shows our stakeholders what we're doing for them. 2022 maintenance. So that would have been the maintenance we delivered last year at this time that went on to the rolls. And as Betty mentioned, we focused a lot on on-time delivery of maintenance. We ask you, our clients, when do you want your maintenance? And we really strive to get it for that date. Sometimes we have to renegotiate. Last year we hit some really good targets, 98% on time, close to 100% within 3 weeks, and that's what we track to. Our internal goal is 85% on time and 95% within 3 weeks. For 2023 maintenance, I just looked at the stats, and as of last week, we were at 90% on time. So we've fallen back a bit, and that's mainly due to Betty when she mentioned that we have a number of staff working on analysis, getting ready for the next revaluation. So we have less people working on maintenance, but we're at 90% on time and 96% within 3 weeks. So continuing to strive to get you your maintenance when you need it so you can get your rolls out there. The roll status in our 751 jurisdictions, so as of March 29th, there's 65 rolls have been closed. There's 161 open, and there's 525 not yet open, but every week those get gazetted and opened, and you start the process for a 30-day appeal period. So that's happening. There's lots of rolls getting opened every week right now. The 2025 revaluation preparations, the base date, keep in mind, January 1st, 2023. So 3 months ago was the base date. So what properties were worth 3 months ago is what the values will be looking towards for 2025. So we're busy completing the market analysis in our client municipalities now. That's what our staff are working on. So we can get the preliminary values to government by April 1st of 2024. So Kelly can start on his, percentage of value analysis. And then as soon as we're done providing to the provincial government, we should be in a position to start providing to you, our clients, the preliminary values for the next revaluation, so you can start looking at the changes, or if there are any changes in your jurisdictions, and what's happening in the assessment compared to January 1st, 2019 to January 1st, 2023. So we'll be putting a lot of information out next year on that. And thank you. That's all I had to report on right now. We have our SAMA website. Keep in mind, there's lots of information on there. We have pamphlets, fact sheets. We have some at the back of the room today. There's actually a neat little video on property assessment. It's on YouTube, and if you go to our website, you can watch that. And it kind of explains assessment very, very simply. And SAMA View, that's our what you can view properties in our SAMA jurisdictions. And there's an example back here. We've got a couple monitors set up. If you want to look up the assessment of property in our jurisdictions, you can do that. So it's good for people to, if you're at home and you want to check on your neighbor's assessment or your own assessment, you can do that on SAMA View. So with that, that's all I have right now. So I'll call upon Sean Cooney. And Sean is our Chief Assessment Governance Officer. And welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Todd. Good morning, everybody. I just want to follow up on what Betty had said and Todd had said, and thank you for being here today. We really appreciate the input of our stakeholders, and especially the area I work in. I work in technical standards and policy, and I'm joined by my colleague Andrew Workman, who's going to present later today. And the work that we do is the other main function for SAMA. Todd represents assessment services delivery, and I'm working in the policy area because SAMA has a role under legislation for governance of the assessment system, and we do it through our stakeholders, basically. It's a partnership, and it has been since SAMA's inception. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our assessment governance, the stakeholder consultation process that we follow, our publications and orders, just to be sure everyone understands the main pieces of assessment that we have. Provincial oversight, so we're going into a revaluation. We're going to revalue every single property in the province, and it isn't done kind of individually. It is a concerted effort with a lot of coordination that happens. And then we're going to look ahead at assessment policy, because things never stay the same, and that's just a fact of life, and it's true for assessment as well. So I'll start off by saying that SAMA has a goal, and it has had this goal pretty much from the beginning, and that's a stable, cost-effective assessment system, and that's in everyone's interest, of course. We also have objectives, so when we're coming up with assessment policy, we do that every revaluation. We update our publications and the models that we use. We want them to be accurate, up-to-date, universal, equitable, and understandable. Now, those are all lofty goals, and there's a lot that goes into that, but if we're going to change a policy in this province, we want to make sure we check those boxes. The SAMA board approves the assessment policies that we have in our province, and then the Minister of Government Relations, who spoke earlier, he approves the regulated assessment manual that has the force of law. And the theme of the conference, the meeting, is assessment matters, and there's a lot of dollars and cents at stake in terms of stable revenue for our municipalities, and that's in our interest, and that's kind of underlies all the assessment policy work that we do. So as I mentioned, I'm in Technical Standards and Policy Division. It's a small division. There's 10 or 12 folks in our area working on policy, and the cornerstone of the work that we do is consultation. So we're not working in isolation. We don't just issue a publication for every reval with rates in it. We talk to folks. We talk to a lot of folks. So we have just worked on the 2025 revaluation, and we have reached out to virtually every sector in the province. And I'm really proud of that. We appreciate the relationship we have with property owners, with stakeholder groups and organizations. But the main vehicle for communicating our assessment policy is SAMA's advisory committees. And we're very fortunate that that's kind of enshrined in legislation. And we have these committees that come together, and it's a perfect venue for us to say, here's the assessment policy, what should we change? And we go through a cycle, we come back with feedback, and we make our policies better, and we get the input of property owners. So these are the advisory committees. We have a rural and urban, a city, and a commercial advisory group. And they are made up of a lot of organizations. And I put the acronyms down for a lot of them, but you've got municipality sector, you've got industry, you've got Canadian Taxpayers Association, professional assessment appraisers, Appraisal Institute of Canada, and so on. You can see it's quite a list of folks. By the time we're done consulting, we've really reached out to virtually everyone in the province that we could in terms of having people at the table. So that's kind of how we go about doing our policy. It's really important to know, and we mentioned this at the advisory committees, that we have two ways to value property in the province of Saskatchewan. There's only two ways at the highest level. One is the Regulated Property Assessment Valuation Standard, and we use this for regulated property. So properties that don't commonly sell, we can't go out and determine a market-based model. We use the cost approach. And those are railway, pipeline, oil and gas, heavy industrial, and agricultural land. Now, we have to follow the formulas, rules, and principles in our Saskatchewan Assessment Manual to value these properties. And then we have a market valuation standard, and that is for properties that do sell. So we've got sales of properties, we've got income and expense information, and we can build models for commercial, light industrial, residential, multi-units, seasonal, those types of properties. We achieve those standards by applying the manual for regulated property and the guide and the handbook, which I'll explain for market value property. Agricultural land is the one exception in terms of it does sell. There is a market for it, but we use that market and we calibrate it using a productivity methodology, so it is tied to the market loosely, but I'll explain that as well. So these are the three main publications in Saskatchewan. If you're going to value property in our province, you're going to turn to one of these publications that SAMA has authority for and a responsibility to update every revaluation. We have a provincial manual, and as I mentioned, it has the force of law once it's approved by the minister. And you have to use the formulas, rules, and principles in that publication to value the regulated property that I mentioned. Then we have two additional market value-related publications. One is the cost guide, and we update that every 4 years. And it's got the rules that SAMA follows for the cost approach for residential, non-standard commercial, and how we value land on the cost approach. And then we also have a handbook, and that is for the rental income approach to value. Those are the best practices for valuing property by way of the income approach. So those two market valuation standard publications do not have the force of law, but they're viewed so highly by the appeal tribunals that if you deviate from the guide or you deviate from the handbook on appeal, you have to explain why you did that, and you have to have good market rationale for doing so. So three very well accepted publications, and we do a lot of work. We've just updated these, and we're waiting, these will come into force in 2025, but we're waiting for approval of that manual as mentioned. So for the 2025 assessment policy review, we always, every reval, pick a couple models and we do a deep dive and we do a detailed review, and this was no exception for 2025. We did a major review of our arable agricultural land model, and we actually had the University of Saskatchewan review the model with 30 years of up-to-date crop information for that productivity methodology that I mentioned, and we formed a stakeholder committee. And the model was found to be very applicable for mass appraisal, but there was improvements that we made, and we're always looking for simplification where we can, and that was part of what we did with this group and for arable land. We had another major review for oil and gas, and this was led by Andrew Workman, and really good work done with industry here. Again, the model was upheld as working well for mass appraisal, but we found a lot of stale dated equipment that we were able to remove and kind of streamline things a bit. We met with the pipeline sector. We had an industry committee looking at that model. We're going to continue talking with them for the next revaluation because there's improvements ongoing there. Every revaluation, we're looking for new forms of property. So for the last revaluation for 2021, we brought on wind farms, of course, and now we have solar farms becoming more prominent. When it reaches kind of a critical mass and there's enough out there, we stop valuing by a trended cost of the actual property and we build a mass appraisal model. So if you have solar farms in your municipalities or nearby, beginning in 2025, there is a model to capture those. The big thing, and the most important thing is for every revaluation, we update every single model and every rate that we use to value all property in the province to a new base date, and it's Jan 1, 2023. And with that, as I mentioned, the publications, but also the computer systems. A lot of work goes in to getting our computers updated so that we can get accurate values for this new base date. And trends. In the AMA Act, SAMA is responsible for providing stakeholders and you folks assessment trends. So a glimpse into the future. What's going to happen when 2025 comes, all things being equal? And Andrew will talk later today about some preliminary trends. And as we move on into 2024, we're going to get more accurate trending. The other thing I wanted to mention is base date orders and revaluation orders. There's 4 every revaluation, and this sets the framework for the revaluation. Whether you may not be familiar with it or not, but it's necessary under legislation for SAMA to update these orders. So we have a revaluation base date order, which sets Jan 1, 2023 for the next base date. And all value in the province for 2025 is as of that date. And it's important because we now have a common valuation date. A market evidence cutoff order. We can use all market data essentially that occurs up to that base date. And then any sales or market data that occurs after that is brought into the following revaluation. We have a quality assurance standard order, which sets the overall level of value that we're striving for. And this is an assurance that we're working towards a one-to-one relationship between assessments and sale prices. And lastly, the Saskatchewan Assessment Manual Order needs to be passed to have the force of law, and as the Minister mentioned, that's in progress. Just to close off, a couple final slides. I wanted to talk about the reval oversight, and that's another important role that we're working at SAMA. We have a City Assessor SAMA committee, and we meet with the main cities and SAMA on a constant basis. And we've got the city assessors in the room for Regina, Saskatoon, we have Prince Albert, and we have representation from Swift Current and SAMA. So we sit down and we talk about assessment issues, any risks that we're facing, and we're getting ready for this next reval so we can kind of coordinate things. And then we talk about future policy, and we'll talk about that a little bit later today. We have a provincial market analyst team. So if analysts are working in your municipality on the market models, they are also meeting provincially. So they're trying to coordinate the work that we do, look for potential risks, try to make our assessments as uniform as possible so they're sustainable. Internal to SAMA, we have a steering committee, and we also have an analyst team. So that work is going continually between now and delivery of our values for 2025. Quality assurance measures, most would know that we have quarterly reports that we prepare for our board of directors and for the ministry. And with that, we have a risk log. So if there's anything that's going to happen that could derail the revaluation or cause potential problems, we want to identify it in this report. And COVID would be an example of something that came along that was completely unexpected, and we have to consider how is that going to impact our revaluation. We have a provincial quality coordination audit. So we're going and we're auditing the independent cities and SAMA and looking at progress. And that includes a questionnaire partway through. It could include an on-site visit, questions about computer systems and so forth, just to assure the stakeholders that we have quality built into the work that we're doing. And lastly, quality assurance standards that are posted to SAMA's website. So that's that ratio that I mentioned for all residential and all other. Your municipality has a quality assurance standard. If you're not familiar with it, it's posted to SAMA's website, along with the sales that were used to derive that. And then trends I mentioned under the Assessment Management Agency Act, one of our responsibilities, we provide preliminary values by April 1, 2024. And at that point, the AGM next year will have some very solid trends, and we'll know what this next reval is looking like in terms of values. And Andrew will talk to it. We break out the values by various categories of property, up to 11 different categories, and we can do provide a lot of information and insight into the upcoming revaluations. Assessment policy, look ahead, just close off. As I mentioned, assessment policy never stays the same. There's always something on the go. And we have a 2023 oil and gas land review that's occurring. And we have a bit of a disconnect in how we're valuing leased versus owned parcels of land, potentially. And so we formed a committee that met last week to begin discussing this and looking for solutions. And that's the main takeaway, is we'd much rather sit down with stakeholders and look for positive ways to improve our models than go through the appeal route, which costs everybody a ton of money, a ton of time, and it destabilizes the assessment system. So to the extent possible, that's what we want to do. Assessment appeals are stabilizing, and I think Myron had mentioned this, and perhaps Betty. This is really important. We moved to market in 2009, and when we did that, we knew it was going to take a number of years for those rules that you can't quite nail down, you can't put them in a book because it's not regulated anymore. We need appeals to decide things for us, and we've had 3 really good appeals, numerous others. Affinity is a big one, if you ever hear that. That brought together all the decisions from the Court of Appeal into one place. They reaffirmed those rules for us, and now we know the rules for the road. And this is translated into fewer leave applications. So Myron had mentioned our legal costs were just exorbitant, $750,000. Well, now these leave applications are getting denied by the court, and the court is saying, you know what, we've seen this before. We issued a decision. We don't need to go there again. And so it stays with the Saskatchewan Municipal Board decision. So that's very positive, and that's going to help stabilize the market value system going forward and the regulated system. Later today, we're going to talk about the history of assessment, and there's a new report out, and I'm not sure if everyone's familiar. It's from the International Property Tax Institute. It was commissioned by SUMA, and they looked at 8 options for change. So it's a really positive review of the system and an opportunity for all of us to kind of do a health check on the system we have in Saskatchewan. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. SUMA has a working team looking at 4 main options that they are focusing on. And just to note that whatever is decided from this group and then brought forward for stakeholders to consider will be after the 2025 revaluation. And again, I'll talk later today about the time that is needed to bring in more substantial assessment change. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And you can track me down later today as well. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Matthew Ratch, who is our Managing Director of Finance, for his update.
Thank you, Sean. So I look after the money or watch the money for SAMA, so I'm always concerned with value and return on investment for everyone. So today, you're going to see a short presentation from me, but keep in mind I am an accountant and I'm presenting a report on some financial statements. So even though I'm only going to be speaking for a few short minutes, for those of you in the audience, this is going to feel much, much longer. So think about that return you get. Just as an overview, we are required by the Assessment Management Agency Act to have a financial audit of all our operations, and we have to then make that report publicly available, especially to the stakeholders, to the people in this room. So that's done via the annual report and at this meeting. You will find this on pages 38 to 52 of the annual report in detail. This is based, the auditors are hired on a competitive bid process. They have to be chartered professional accountants who are licensed to do these audits. And the winner of that contract has been MNP, and this was the second year of a 5-year contract. The preliminary audit begins in November of last year, and they completed the main audit in February of this year. So as you will see in their letter and the other detail of the report, the statements that you find in the report accurately represent SAMA's operations and were not found to contain any misstatements, and nor were there any control deficiencies identified at SAMA, aka a clean audit. So just to look and go straight to the bottom line of the agency, you can see that our operational revenues just under $22 million for the year, and you can see our expenditures closer to $22.5 million a year with an operational deficit of approximately $500,000. Now, for any of you in the room, this is obvious. This is not sustainable over a long term, but in a single year, because of the reserves we have, that's why we're able to successfully continue without disruption in a year such as this. And looking at the revenue side of things, our biggest funding partner that we're very glad to have, of course, is the province, putting in just under $11.4 million last year. representing 52% of total revenue. That was the same funding that's been in place for a few years. And the theory behind the provincial funding, as you've heard from others, is that the province has the main interest in the governance function of the assessment system, so they're responsible for all those costs, primarily, as you heard from Sean, on the technical standards and policy side of things. As well, 35 cents of every dollar in property tax in the province of Saskatchewan goes to the province or the education sector specifically. So they also have an obligation to fund some of the assessment services cost for the agency. And for the municipalities, the funding there, under $10 million, this also includes Moose Jaw as part of that. And that was with a 1.5% increase on average to the municipal requisition last year of those partners. And then in the other category, we generate close to $400,000 in data sales through SamaView. We made about $100,000 in interest last year, and then contracts with First Nations are the primary sources in there. Now where the money goes after it comes in. The payroll, that's salaries and benefits. Again, we are a professional organization. Most of our staff are highly trained professionals, and that's where the money goes to provide those services, nearly 3/4 of every dollar. And then when you look at some of the other categories on the technology side, that includes things such as our govern system, our CAMA system, outsourcing of all our data storage, SamaView, MySama, all the other software costs that are involved, and that comes out to be about 8% of all the money going out. Our next one is rent. We own no property, but we do lease 9 different offices throughout the province. That adds 6% of the spending going out. Travel of 4%, getting upwards of, it's several $100,000, under $1 million, but getting closer and closer to that every year. That represents 93% of that is our assessment services division, traveling from every border to border, north to south, east to west in the province, gathering data and doing physical inspections of properties that have to be done to maintain those accurate assessments. Legal is one that has really come up in the last few years. That used to be a small amount, but as we've heard, reaching $750,000 a couple years ago, 100,000 less than that last year, representing 3% of our budget. And again, this is one that's been a risk area, to be honest, and as you've heard throughout this, it was a very small amount a few years ago, but now ends up being 3% of dollars out the door. And then finally, everything else is the last 6%. Now, moving ahead, instead of looking backwards, looking at this year's requisition, which many of you in this room, we thank the municipalities for their continued support in this area. Of course, it can't exist without that funding. So this is just a breakdown of that. Many of you will have seen this year was a 3.5% increase in average across municipalities. This is the breakdown. You see rural pays a little more than half, and then the urban breakdown of all those individual types on the other side of the pie chart. And also to point out, the increase this year was not universal. We strive to make the requisition more and more accurate every year to represent which of the municipal clients are using our services should be the ones that are paying for them the most. So again, you have that $25 charge for maintenance for chargeable properties, and as well, the main shift last year was to put more of the requisition onto components such as commercial, industrial, and oil and gas. When we analyze that, we see that those are the ones, obviously, that are much more expensive for us to look after as an assessment provider, and so those component increases, those components had the largest increases to make up our budget request this year, excuse me. And just finally, this is just a simple graph that shows you the CPI increase this year, and then SAMA's spending increase this year, the increase in operating expenses. And now this is just a snapshot in time, but I wanted to look at this from a more long-term view. So any organization that's funded either directly or indirectly by taxpayers, there's always the perception or there's the possibility of a creep of costs, that it just gets more and more expensive year after year and it just happens slowly. So I went back and looked right to the beginning of SAMA, and SAMA began in 1987 with operating expenses of $7.5 million. So 3.5 decades later, we're at the point where it's a cost about 3 times what it did in 1987. But if you do that and you do the factor of inflation every year, we're basically right in line with inflation. So despite adding the city of Moose Jaw, despite population growth, a lot more technological costs, a more complex system to be a more accurate system, and things such as that, in real dollars, SAMA is basically costing the people of Saskatchewan exactly what it did in 1987, with average annual increases of between 2% and 3%, which is about in line with the Canadian inflation rate every year since then. So that's my just very high-level general report on the financial statements. If anyone has detailed questions or recommendations for changes to the requisition, absolutely grab me at lunch or any break. And with that, I'll pass control back to John.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Matt or Sean, Todd, Betty, or Myron? If you do, just come to the mics. Also, the Slido thing, if you're online, just go ahead there and we can take questions later on if there's nothing now. We're going to have a coffee break here in a minute, but before we do, I want to introduce our board of directors and some of our guests here so that through the coffee break, if you have questions, you know who they are. Myron Knaffel, you met. He's our board chair. Jim Angus. Jim and his wife Brenda live in Harris. Jim has worked many years as administrator for the RM of Harris. He's served on the RMAA and also being a SARM board member. After retiring, Jim has focused more on his business, Angus Auto Appraisals. He does appraisals on collector cars and memorabilia. He's a very active Mustang and Ford and memorabilia collector. He's also, it's worth stopping at Harris to view his impressive collection. Jim Angus, wave. Audrey Tremblay, down here. Audrey and her husband Mel live in a beautiful lakefront home at Main Prize, which is a resort community near Weyburn. Audrey has a history with rural and urban municipalities as an administrator. She, like Jim, was involved with the RMAA and was a SARM board member also. Audrey's still working with local RMs and is very involved in the local school board. She's a very busy lady. Audrey and Mel have had a very trying year medically. However, they seem to make the best of it, and they're just back from a family wedding in Cuba. Audrey? Dawn Looning and her husband David live in Moose Jaw. Dawn's a financial advisor and operates a successful business, Desjardins Financial Security Investments. Dawn is a member of the Moose Jaw City Council and also a SUMA board member. Apart from her civic duties and business, Dawn is an avid traveler and a huge baseball fan. Dawn Looning. Randy Golden and her late husband Rex live in Yorkton. Randy is very active in the city, not only as a city councilor, but also volunteering and serving on many community organizations. Randy was elected the president of SUMA last year, resulting in a very busy schedule. She's constantly on the go, but in her free time, Randy enjoys traveling, especially when there are grandchildren involved. Randy? Richard Marlowe and his wife Teresa live in Pontex. They farm just out of Pontex, north of Aneroid, where Richard returned to the farm a number of years ago after a career in Sask Highways, Canadian Wheat Board, and his appraisal firm, Sawatsky Appraisals. Richard is currently the Reeve of the RM of Ogburn, and Richard enjoys spending time with his family and the community. Richard? Where is he? Was here. Okay. Myself, I'm John Wagner. My wife Rhonda and I live on the north slope of the Cypress Hills, halfway between East End and Maple Creek. We farm and ranch in the Skull Creek area. I've been the Reeve of the RM of Piapot for a long time and also been involved in SAMA for a long time. We enjoy where we live, but we do spend some time in the summer at Moy Lake in BC and the surrounding mountains. So that's our current board of directors there. I do have some special guests here. We have a former board of directors. Sharon Armstrong is here. She was the mayor of Wynyard. She was on the SAMA board for a number of years. And anybody that knows Sharon, she always brought baking to our meetings and stuff, and she still does it even after she's not on the board. It was just a few years ago she phoned Myron. They met on a highway intersection in the middle of a blizzard. Sharon pulled up, handed a cake out the window. Myron took it. It looked like a drug deal going down, but we enjoyed a rhubarb cake that time, so thank you, Sharon, and thank you for coming. We also have representatives here from the Ministry of Government Relations. I know, just stick your hands up there, there's a few around, and also the Ministry of Agriculture, so thank you all for coming. So we'll move now into a coffee break. Let's come back in 20 minutes, if that's all right. So 20 minutes, we'll be back. Thank you.
just wants to know that you're well. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. As it was. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. No matter which way you go, no matter which way you stay, go out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. I was walking with the ghost. I said, please, please don't insist. I was walking with the ghost. I said, please, please don't insist. No matter which way you go, no matter which way you stay, go out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. I was walking with the ghost. I said, please don't insist. I was walking with the ghost. I said, please don't insist. No matter which way you go, no matter which way you stay, go out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. I was walking with the ghost. I was walking with the ghost. Out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. Go out of my mind, 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 out of my mind. I was walking with the ghost. 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 I was walking with the ghost.
Midnight at the bar downtown. You get up, so you're gonna grab me a drink. I can see your eyes darting around, checking out some girl as you bite your lip. You think I didn't see it. You wait, acting slick. You tend to get defensive. I'm smarter than you wish. I'm not your little toy. You can't use me to fill that void. All you do is destroy. It's what you choose when you have a choice. Can I be when you decide you want me? Throw me away when you get bored of me. You're acting like a little boy, but I am not your little toy. No, no. Next morning you take a shower, see a random text light up your phone. I bring it up and we fight for hours. Now
Just a reminder, we have people at the back with SamaView. If you have any questions, just talk to them at the back. The SamaView presentation is there.
Take a look around me, taking pages from a magazine. Been looking for the answer ever since we were 17. You know the truth can be a weapon to fight this world of ill intentions. No answer to the same question. How many times will you learn the same lesson? We just gotta hold on and on and on and on. 'Cause we're gonna be legends, gonna get their attention. What we're doing here ain't just scary, it's about to be legendary. Yeah, we're gonna be legends, gonna teach 'em all a lesson. Got this feeling in our souls we carry. It's about to be legendary. This is what we came for. time to think. I'm in the bathroom looking at me. Facing the mirror is all I need. Wait until the Reaper takes my life. Never gonna get me out alive. I will live 1,000,000,000 lives. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? You gotta get up, gotta put it all on the line and show me your tough. 'Cause you can't if you ain't gonna try. Yeah, life is a one-lap race. Ain't gonna win if you're standing in place. You gotta get up, yeah, you gotta get up. Hey, living like whoa, hands up, it's all love. If you're with us, let's go. Come on, let's let the good times roll. Let 'em all know that it's our time, and if they don't mind, we can live it like whoa, live it like whoa. You gotta get up, let's go. Hey, you gotta get up, let's go.
If you'd like to take your seats, please, we'll get rolling again here. So please grab a coffee or whatever and take your seats. Well, it is, and that's good. You know, that's kind of why I wanted to introduce our board before. I'll introduce our other bit after here. Okay, if I can have your attention, we'll get started again here. I was reminded of a story the other day, and it was an elderly couple who were sitting out on their veranda, and they were just sitting there and quiet night, and all of a sudden the wife leaned over and she slapped her husband on his shoulder, and he said, "What was that all about?" She said, "That's for being so terrible in bed all these years." A little while later, he reached over and he slapped her shoulder, and she said, "What was that about?" "For knowing the difference." Anyways, we're going to bring up Sean Cooney's going to come and give us a thing on the history and importance of SAMA, how we got here. So Todd, or Sean, if you'd like to come up.
Thank you, John. So we have an opportunity to talk about the history of assessment, and you're probably wondering, well, why would we do that? It is a chance to look at the system that we have currently, and the reason is there's always change, as mentioned, and we have this International Property Tax Institute report with some fairly profound potential changes. So it's an opportunity to take stock of the system that we have as we can consider the future and where we might be going. So we're going to talk about the history of assessment, the formation of SAMA, and the move to market, which was the big change for the assessment system in our province. Then we'll talk a little bit about the future, and then questions and any discussion that we want to have after that. And I recalled this saying, and it says, you can't really know where you're going until you know where you've been. And so I looked it up, and this individual, Maya Angelou, has a ton of really, really good quotes. But this is the one I was interested in because it's very, very true. So we're going to talk about the history and importance of assessment to know where we have been. And that's the jumping off point for considering the future, and then looking ahead to the assessment in our future and where we are going. And with that, post-2025, what kind of things might be coming down the pipes. So the history of assessment, kind of broke it out into 5 chapters. 1905 to 1945 was the very beginning. 1965 was a big improvement. That was our first, manual that was used by everyone. 1987, SAMA was formed. In 97, we had a brand new system with modern techniques and tax tools, and then the 2009 move to market. So we began in 1905, and I called this the Wild West because it truly was, because from 1905 to 45, there was no rules. Basically, property was assessed. It's still a mystery to us in terms of history how it was done, but it was probably through, bulletins and guidelines from the ministry. I did find a snippet here that farmland was valued at 6.5 cents per acre in 1905. So things have changed a little bit over the last century and a bit. 1936, an assessment review came along, and they said, you know what, I think we better come up with some kind of way of coordinating this. Let's create a provincial manual, and that's what happened. So the first manual came around in 1945, and then it was updated again in 1950 and 1961. Now, in orange below 1950, you can see a 22-year base date lag. So that means when they implemented the manual in 1950, the values were 22 years old. And so we're talking about a 2-year lag and shortening it, and it kind of puts it in perspective. And of course, these are back in the days when there was no computers. The problem during this period is the four major cities, Saskatoon, Regina, Prince Albert, and Moose Jaw, were kind of doing their own thing. So they had their own in-house assessment, they had their own rules, they had their own manuals, so it really was not a lot of coordination in these early days. So in 1965, assessment manual came along, and I call it the same songbook because everyone is finally looking to the same source for their assessment valuations, and for the first time ever, the entire province had a single manual. And the big thing is we had a common base date finally. Everyone is valuing to the same point in time, which is really important for equity. But even with that, it took 12 years to bring in this new manual. And the reason is we didn't have computers back then. So we had to inspect in year by year, turn units over to the new system. So we had two levels of value. And that's problematic for assessment. And that means you need equalization. And you'll hear that word discussed in the IPTI report. We talk about it a little bit later. You have to adjust the multiple levels of value to a common denominator for education, property taxes, etc. So it was an improvement, but it was still fully regulated. There was no relationship to current market values, and we had inequity. And what that meant is two identical homes, one in the city of Saskatoon and one in the smallest municipality, had the same assessment. So it really didn't bear a relationship to market value. The pictures here are my manual when I started, and it was a 1965 assessment manual. And it was interesting, we had a business assessment in there, and I pulled out a portion of it, and we had a 5 and 10 cent store business assessment, which of course now would be a dollar store, so things have changed. So in 1987, SAMA was formed, and the origin of SAMA was a local governance finance commission report. And they looked at the assessment system and they recommended, you know what, we need a separate entity to manage assessment in the province of Saskatchewan, and we need a board of directors to govern that agency. And that was the impetus for SAMA. And as Matt, you mentioned, the funding stays to this day jointly funded by the province and municipalities. The important thing in this report is it becomes a partnership, really, and it's not SAMA off doing what we want. We are really beholding to our stakeholders and through consultation trying to improve assessment policy. In the Assessment Management Agency Act, Section 12, all of the authority and duties for SAMA are set out, and it's a wide range in terms of governance for the assessment system in Saskatchewan. And this, similar to my slide earlier today, right from the inception of SAMA, the goal was a stable, cost-effective system. So we want to use the revenue that we have to create as much efficiency as we can for our assessment models. And we had these policy objectives that I mentioned previously, and to this day, those are kind of the guiding principles for the work that we do. And it's important to know because, as Myron said, we have currently the lowest cost per property in Canada. And that isn't by accident. It's because we've chosen, as a province, to maintain an efficient assessment system. And as we discuss potential changes for the future, and I think this would hold true for the cities as well, we're funded to match the system that we have currently, which includes mass appraisal, those two standards I mentioned previously, the regulated and the market standard, and a 4-year cycle. So as we discuss, we can certainly look at options, but there's always a cost to those. So that's important to consider. So 1997 was a major step forward because we finally had computers. And I remember I was quite excited because I started off the first couple of years writing out assessments on cards and calculating with a calculator. We now had computers. We could do modern assessment techniques. And we were able to update values much more efficiently. So we brought values forward by 29 years from the 1965 base, which was just a real big improvement. At the very same time, the province brought in tax tools, so they could provide the ability to mitigate shifting and give a lot of ownership over the tax incidents to municipalities. So we had provincial percentages of value that Kelly mentioned. We had a phase-in mill rate factors, minimum tax, and then a base tax added in 2001. So things are up and running. We're computerized. We can do things more efficiently. And a decision had to be made, okay, now you can do this with computers. How frequently are you going to update every value in the province? And it's kind of interesting because in legislation at that point, the cycle was set at 3 years. Not a lot of people know that. And it was because Regina and Saskatoon came forward and lobbied SAMA and the government. They said, you know, we've got this huge assessment base. It's going to take a bit longer for us to complete. So we moved it to a 4-year cycle. And that cycle has been in place ever since. So 2001, 2005 became the next revaluation years. And I've got a chart below. Every revaluation in Saskatchewan has happened on a 4-year cycle since that point in time. So we've been very consistent. The one thing I'll note is in 2013, we did make a change, and that was that base date lag. That's the time between the effective date of values, the base date, and when we implement. So we went from 30 to 24 months, which was an improvement. Now values are only 2 years old when you implement versus the 22 years that we saw previously in history. The one thing I'll mention, just as an aside, is, you know, to Saskatchewan's credit, we have revalued consistently every 4 years. And just recently with COVID, a decision was made in Ontario, who also have a 4-year recycle, not to revalue due to COVID. So now Ontario is sitting with 2016 base values, or 2016 revaluation. And now they have to make the decision when to update, and that will be much, you know, a much wider span than the 4 years. Other municipalities with a shorter cycle, namely Manitoba, has a 2-year cycle. They decided not to implement due to COVID. So you can have a longer cycle, you can have a shorter cycle, you can have disruptions. To Saskatchewan's credit, we've soldiered through some tough times, including COVID, and brought the revaluations forward, and we do have those tax tools to help in those difficult times. So 2001, 2005, we are now getting ready. We're going to get up and running. We're going to move to market values. In 2001, we revalued, and we expected there's going to be very little shifting. It's going to go good. But we implemented market values on agricultural land, and there was shifting with that and other factors. We had stakeholders not happy because of the changes in assessment were too extreme, and the system was viewed as unstable. Percentages of value were used to kind of mitigate some of that shifting, but stakeholders really said to us, you know what, we have a process-oriented, regulated system. It's really time to look at that, and let's modernize our system, and that's exactly what we did. So in 2 steps, 2005, we set the basis, the foundation for market value that we have today, and in 2005, we introduced the sales comparison approach, and that's a computer-based procedure for valuing property, and it's very, very effective, and it's used throughout North America and the world for valuing property. So that was successful, and then we said 2009 is going to be the final move to market, and we're going to finally get on in step with the other provinces in Canada. So I've got a few slides on the 2009 reval, and why it's important is if we're going to consider a change to shortening the cycle, perhaps, or shortening the base date lag or other things, you really need to appreciate the work that goes into ensuring success with the change. So in 2004, SAMA issued a policy paper on the revaluation cycle. And with that, the board set a vision. And this is really important too. You have to have a clear sense of where you're going. And the board said at that time, I'll read it, to build public trust by providing fair, transparent, understandable, and defensible property valuations in a results-based market appraisal, market value assessment system. So very, very strong vision for the future. And it's important to note that they had the word mass appraisal in there, and that's how the system was going to work. Market value-based assessment, and it's debatable whether we have a market value system when you look at the IPTI report, but really that is the foundation of how we value property. So that's how we set out, and there was 3 main objectives, and that was to permit the 3 approaches to value. When appraisers value property, there's 3 methodologies that we use. There's the cost, the sales comparison, and the rental income approach. And previous to this, Saskatchewan could not use all 3. We didn't have the income approach. So we wanted to get that brought in, but a decision was made, an important decision was made to regulate properties that do not commonly sell or that are more challenging to value, such as agricultural land, oil and gas well production equipment, linear and heavy industrial property. And that's been in place to this point in time. The purpose for that was to stabilize assessment policy to set the stage for a shorter reval cycle. And I think that's probably the most important takeaway, is we wanted to ensure we had stable assessments before we shortened the cycle. But it was contemplated back then that Saskatchewan could potentially have a shorter than 4-year cycle. So going about a change like this is very involved, and they set up a special committee, and it was called the Technical Development Committee. It was a very skilled group. We had 7 city assessors, and some of them were from outside the province of Saskatchewan originally, so they brought in that different perspective, which was good. And they set to do their work as a market value steering committee. And there was a lot of technical issues. You can't just say we're going to go and we're going to have 3 approaches to value, or we're going to make a change to the reval cycle. You have to consider the policy. You have to consider the computer systems. You need to have legislation to undergird all of the work that you're doing. And then other things, I won't read them, but things like resources, right? You can assume that you're going to do something and that you're going to find the resources. And unfortunately, in our profession, there's a real shortage of mass appraisers. So those are some of the things that you need to consider. And then to set the stage, SAMA issued through the TDC some reports to say this is what the future should look like. And we looked at 4 provinces in Canada: British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario. So we've got the provinces surrounding us, and we're looking at what they're doing. And then we recommended the policy, the legislation. And we brought in a market valuation standard and a regulated property assessment valuation standard. We enshrined mass appraisal, and that's how we value property in our province. And then we had to get the main legislation in place. We made improvements to the appeal process to kind of modernize how appeals run. And we needed information to run our income approach models. So we put the pieces in place to have that provided to us so we could do the income approach. So kind of to end off here, if you're going to move and you're going to change the way you're valuing property in any significant way, you need a detailed plan. And this is a copy from one of the presentations that was done at that time, and it is very detailed. You need to go through the legislative process. So SAMA chairs a legal legislative review committee, and anytime there's a change in assessment legislation, we're bringing together the stakeholders, and we've got the city solicitors, the city assessors at the table, and hammering out some of that with the Ministry of Government Relations, the Ministry of Justice. And I've sat in on some of those meetings, and they're very interesting because a lot goes into legislation that we may not all appreciate. And then you've got to do the research and policy, and that's the area I'm in. So you can't just turn on a dime. You really need to plan well in advance if you're going to change assessment manuals, and you're going to have the correct pieces in place to support a new system. And so the whole process took from 2004 to 2009, and that's with very careful planning. That's with dedicated resources. You're not going to do this off the side of your desk while you're managing other work very effectively. And so I've kind of drawn some conclusions on my own, and these are my own opinion of what I saw moving to market. And that was, of course, that SAMA provided the leadership that the province expected in terms of updating the system and the major policy changes, and that's our role. We had a lot of professional guidance and consultation and consensus. So we really worked this through together, and there was agreement. And I think that's important as we look to future assessment change. You need agreement from the various sectors if you're going to have a hope of, moving things forward in a positive way. The other thing I think really helped was talking to other provinces. They had gone through some of the things that SAMA and the province were facing, and that was a big, big help. So you got to have a clear vision, as I mentioned, and we finally moved the system from a regulated, lockdown, prescribed system to where properties sell, it's results focused. And I think it's important to know that. And as appraisers, we need to remind ourselves, it's the market that's telling us the value of assessed property, and we need to be very diligent in the work we do to reflect that, because we have all the tools we need, like every other province, to assess in that way. So we were the last to move to market, and we learned from other provinces. So I summarized it. We built on what worked elsewhere, and we learned from the rest. And that was really important because when we held these interviews with other provinces, because we were the last ones in Canada, we had a unique opportunity. We could have just, followed blindly and done exactly what every other province had done, and there's nuances as you move across Canada. But we really decided consciously to make certain things unique to Saskatchewan. And that's why we have the system we have today, and that's why we have that cost per property that we talked about. So that is some of the background on the assessment system, and that's the piece of knowing where we came from. And I think it's really good for everyone to have an appreciation for that. Certainly anyone that's going to be part of consultation and providing input into positive change for the future. So I'll just kind of step off here to the International Property Tax Institute report and the future of assessment. And this was a really thorough review of the property assessment and taxation system in Saskatchewan. IPTI is an independent, it's not a biased group, they're professional, and so their report would be very world-class, let's put it that way. It's a very comprehensive report. It's 158 pages. I've read it. It takes a lot of time to get through it. There's 185 pages of appendices. So they talk to people all over Saskatchewan and all different stakeholders. They talk to tax agents. They talk to industry representatives, not just assessment appraisers. So it really gives you a good perspective. If you talk about IPTI, you got to know one thing, and that is, and they're very clear about this, these are options for change. This is not the level of report where they went in and said, you know what, we know what your finances are, we know what your computer systems and resources are, we think you should do this. They said, we're looking across Canada, we're looking across the world, here's some things that are being done differently, you may want to do them differently in Saskatchewan. So that kind of is the framework for it, and they did comparisons with British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. They did not include Manitoba, and I don't know why, because Manitoba is a fairly good comparison, and we often turn to Manitoba for advice on our assessment models, but they went international, and that's the nature of this organization. So they looked at New York, England, and the Netherlands, and maybe not as comparable to Saskatchewan. And I think England is the largest assessment jurisdiction in the world. I was part of a presentation online, and there's the head person there, I think they have 5,000 employees. So some of the things that they're doing and some of the resources they have would be a little different than Saskatchewan, but it is good in that you're looking at everything. You're looking at all the possibilities for these options for change. So the report came out, and there's 8 options for change. It came out about a year ago. And it's also important to know there's assessment and there's taxation options. And so just a reminder again that SAMA has authority in the area of assessment, governance, and policy for the province. But the Ministry of Government Relations, the government has authority over taxation and legislation-related changes. And so it's kind of, they're joined at the hip. If you're going to change assessment policy, you're probably going to have to change assessment legislation. But SAMA has a very clearly defined area of authority, and we don't want to go beyond that. So these are the options for change, and these are the main options. And there's a lot of nuances to this. There's a lot of good detail in the report. They suggest, as an option, move to true market value, and I'll explain that in a minute. Move agricultural property out of the regulated standards, so take it out of the manual and base those values on sales. Remove percentages of value, shorten the revaluation cycle from the current 4 years, change the base date lag, so make the base date closer to when you implement. It's currently 24 months, and can we shorten that? Change the assessment and taxation timetable, and that has to do with dates for assessment notices and tax notices and so forth, tax policy. Reform the appeal system, so there's some recommendations in there, and improve training and education. So what I've done is focused on the areas that SAMA has more of a clear area of responsibility, and that is the ones you can see highlighted here. And we'll talk about those. The others fall into government's purview, although SAMA would certainly provide advice and support if there's changes needed in those areas. And there's some really good recommendations, particularly in the training piece. So I'm going to give you some background. And again, SAMA is neutral on this report. It's come out, it's positive, and we've gone through these types of reviews before, and it's very healthy for any assessment system to do this. But if you are approached and you're asked for your opinion, you're going to have your opinion, but it's good to know some of the background, and that gets back to the history piece. So This option involves taking our regulated property in the manual and moving it over to the market standard. So essentially collapsing the two standards that I spoke of earlier. Everything would be done on a market approach, including, this industrial type properties that are listed there. That's problematic because those are highly specialized valuations, and I use the example of a potash mine. SAMA does not have the resources currently to do a detailed appraisal on a potash mine, and that might involve comparisons in Saskatchewan or elsewhere in the world. And we have encountered that in the past, but we have a mass appraisal standard. So that's something we would have to overcome. And I would say the recommendation to use true market values, well, we do use market on properties where there are typically sales, where we have adequate sales. And that hasn't changed. So we have these three approaches. We are valuing on true market value, using the market information where we can. But for regulated property, a decision was made in 2009. These things don't sell typically. We don't have 40 potash mines. We can't create a MAF or run MRA. We're going to default to the cost approach, because that is typically the approach that is used across North America and the world for valuing these highly specialized property. And that creates the stability where we put the values into a manual, and we know every revaluation, in fact every year, what those values will be based upon the physical changes that occur at these properties. So this would be a foundational type of change to the system. If we're going to do away with the regulated standard, we're going to collapse it, we're going to kind of implode what was decided in 2009. But if we do it, we're going to need to do a planning that we talked about. The one thing, thinking back a few slides, we talked about when they set up the two standards, they wanted stability so we could potentially shorten the reval cycle. So my one thought would be, if we do decide that we're going to do away with the regulated standard, you probably don't want to do it at the same time as you're shortening the reval cycle, because you want that stability. If we do go on market value on these regulated type properties, we can expect increased assessment instability. There is another recommendation, and this is an important one as well. This falls more under the appeals section that would be in government's area of authority, but I included it because it's related to market values, and that's the use of single property appraisals on appeal. A decision was made in 2009 that we are going to have one standard to value property in this province, and we're going to have one standard to decide appeals on, and that's the mass appraisal standard. So as mass appraisers, we're looking at all the available sales, we're valuing a group of properties as of the same base date, and we're using our computers and methodology to do that. But we have legislation that says you cannot come in with a single property appraisal to challenge that mass appraisal. And that decision was made after talking to other jurisdictions and finding out what had happened in their locales. And that came through the interview process. One thing we'll have to consider if this option for change is pursued is the appraisal itself. What was that appraisal done for? Okay, so if you are on a mass appraisal basis in Saskatchewan and you're using all the sales as of a base date, when did that appraisal get done? If the base date is 2 years ago, was that appraisal 6 months ago? And does it include sales that the mass appraiser had no access to at the time? What was the valuation standard? Under the Appraisal Institute of Canada, they now have a mass appraisal standard. So if you're doing an appraisal for mass appraisal purposes, you have to adhere to the standards and the legislation that are in place in the province that you're working in. We also need to have permission to use an appraisal. You can't just pick up an appraisal that was done for a bank mortgage and trot it into an appeal without permission from the appraiser. And so that's a consideration. And it's not that we can't get around it, it's just these are things that we need to think about. The real thing that might be challenging is now appeal tribunals, they've got a clear set of, here's the rules for mass appraisal. They now have to consider, what do we do with this mass appraisal? Now I've got a fee appraisal with 3 comparables, and how does that relate back to this mass appraisal? The concern is equity, because potentially an appeal could be used, rightly or wrongly, by an assessor to say, we're going to reduce, or an appeal tribunal, we're going to reduce the value. We've got this appraisal, it's 20% less, we're going to give you a 20% reduction. But what happens to the other 75 identical properties? Are they going to get the same treatment? And so that's something we really want to think about. Does it benefit one owner? And what the other provinces said is It's not typically residential that's the issue. It's the very large properties with finances. They can bring in a fee appraiser, they can bring in a lawyer, they can challenge that multi-million-dollar assessment in your municipality if that single property appraisal is allowed to change the value. So that's an important one, and at the time, just remembering back, the city of Calgary the entire downtown core was under appeal. Hundreds of millions of dollars in assessment. They came to us when we did the interview and said, you know what? In Alberta, we forgot to lock down the appeal side of things to be mass appraisal, and we wished we would have. And so we want to avoid a let's make a deal type of setting, and that's kind of why the decision was made to go the way we did, rightly or wrongly. Move agricultural out of the regulated. That was offered up as a suggestion. If you can't deregulate everything, put agricultural land on a market value system. Well, the current system has got a productivity methodology, and it's been in place for quite some time. It's well accepted, and we just went through a consultation process. But the one thing unique about Saskatchewan is we do calibrate the values from this system with current sales from the agricultural sector. So we take all of the arable sales in the province, all of the non-arable, for every base date, and recalibrate a provincial factor. So regardless of the productivity rating on these properties, they are times by a multiple that brings them to market value on average. So this is different than other provinces, and again, this is kind of interesting because if you look at the details of the report, IPTI is saying, you may want to go to market value on agricultural land. The province of Alberta, which is our neighbor, they set their agricultural land in 1994 at $350 an acre. Their annual adjustment has been 1.0 since 1994. So farmland in Saskatchewan is valued according to current market value between $2,000 and $3,000 per acre, whereas in Alberta it's $350 an acre. So I think we're still tied to market, and that's the point I'd like to make. This is a big change for SAMA. It doesn't really affect the cities, but it is 400,000 plus properties, so something we'd have to think about if we did move to sales. We had tried the LMI. It's a local market index, a kind of a market modifier, and that was for 2001. I had mentioned the instability, and so that was removed. This is the big one, shortening the reval cycle, and this is nothing new, let's say. This was part of the planning that was thought of when we went to the 2009 move to market. And again, we wanted to see policy stabilize and assessment appeals stabilize. In 2009 and 10, SAMA led quite a consultative process, and we reached out to all areas of the province to talk about, do you want to see a shorter cycle, and how would we go about doing it? And I've seen the reports on that, and I do recall the work that was done. And again, the decision was made at that time. It doesn't work for everybody necessarily. And I think the larger urbans were in favor. The smaller urbans were less supportive, and the rural municipalities were not supportive of a change. Part of the reason for that, of course, is everything. And going back to the lowest cost per property, it costs money to go on a shorter cycle, or it's going to cost other work that you're doing. So in 2017, we did our most recent review for the ministry, and we said we would need probably 26 additional staff to do a 2-year cycle. And it was $2.7 million at the time, and adjusting for our current budget is probably north of $3 million to make this change. So it's not that it's not achievable, it's just that is there the will to fund this shorter revaluation cycle? In favor of it, computer technology has improved a lot. So there's a lot more you can do with computers that you couldn't do even in 2009. The other consideration is adequate staff. And again, we're having trouble finding assessment appraisers, so we want to make sure we have our resources in place if we do go to a shorter cycle. When we did this review, we had people saying, you know what, it keeps values more current if you have a shorter cycle. The public understand their assessment so much better when that assessment isn't 4 to 6 years old. And so those were the really strong reasons for. The reasons against were the cost, the administrative work that was needed, especially for smaller municipalities and rural, because you're administering a change every 2 years versus every 4 years. And if your values aren't changing as much, maybe not that big of a issue for you. And then also increased appeals. So you're putting out new assessment notices every 2 years instead of every 4 years, and there's an opportunity for appeals. So those are some of the things that went against it. Changing the base date lag. Now this one is been looked at previously. We did go from 30 to 24 months. IPTI is saying one of the options would be to tighten that up. Can you make the base date closer to when you implement? So can we go from 24 months to 18 or to 12? And this is something that probably is achievable. We would have to work through the logistics, and the big one I think would be, or one of the main ones would be the Ministry of Government Relations percentages of value. Normally we're giving that to the ministry on April 1st of the year before a reval, and if we're going to achieve a shorter cycle, we're going to have to come up with some other means of doing that, whether that's trending or some other means. The other thing is we're going to need the resources in place, because right now on a 4-year cycle, we can borrow resources to do a reval and continue with our core work. If you're revaluing every 2 years, you may need dedicated resources, and that's all they do is continually revalue property, so that's a main consideration. The other taxation-related options for change, also very, very good to consider. Percentages of value has been discussed, and that is definitely under the purview of government. And Kelly explained yesterday the rationale for having those percentages. And then we looked back at some of the revals, and we see those percentages actually did get used, for various things that occurred economically. We had the BSE crisis, COVID more recently, and there's been other factors over the years. So that's outside of our area of authority. Changing the assessment taxation table, and that again is something that we wouldn't really have too much involvement in other than to support the discussions around that. Reforming the appeal system is one that is a little closer to home for us, and these are legislative changes. They suggested maybe extending the appeal period. So it is 60 days in a revaluation year and 30 days in a non-reval year, and they said, why don't you make it 60 days throughout the 4 years? And so that's one thing we could consider. They suggested an option was moving to a provincial board of revision, and that is something actually the government has looked at, as was just explained yesterday by the ministry. They have a provincial board of revision up and running, and it's not handling all of the appeals, but definitely that resource is there now to bring that level and the training that is needed provincially. So that's positive. Changing the onus burden of proof to the assessor. Currently, if you appeal your property, you need to come forward and explain why you think the assessment was done incorrectly. And the best way to do that is to come up with some comparables. If it's your house and you have 3 properties that are nearby and you bring them into the appeal board, they can have a look at that. Is it physical problems? Is there something wrong with the physical data? But this would change it to the assessment appraiser, proving that the assessment is correct every time there's an appeal. And again, that might have some cost implications, but that's one. The other was making the SMB, that's the highest level beneath the court, a trial de novo. So you go to the municipal board, you have your appeal hearing, a decision is rendered, and then you go to the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. Rather than taking that record from the Board of Revision, you start from scratch. So de novo is consider anew. So you bring out all your facts, and it's like a trial run at the Board of Revision, and then the real show is at the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. The way we have it structured now, we take that record from the Board of Revision and build upon that and make some final decisions at the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. And the single property appraisal item as well was part of that appeal system. Training, and I think this is probably the most important one that we can think about. We need training for the current system that we have so people understand it better. And it like Betty had said, it can be a mystery to many folks. And I don't think we help the process in all cases. We need to demystify some of the work that we're doing. So we could make a lot of changes there. And a lot of it's outreach. And the administrator training yesterday is a good example. But the other big piece is targeting councils on assessment and the linkage to tax policy, and I think that's been an area that's kind of been forgotten. We hand off our assessments to our client municipalities, and that's kind of where everything cuts off, and then it's put on the assessment roll and tax notices go off, and we can do a lot of work there, and I'll explain that in a minute. The IPTI report said the risk of not addressing these options for change is a loss of confidence and reputational damage. And we don't want that. So we definitely want to look at what IPTI has said, and we want to see, can we make some improvements coming from this? Because we want to maintain confidence in the assessment system that we have. I pulled some pieces out of the report, so you don't have to read the whole thing, but there's a lot of wisdom in there. And they said on page 15, there's no perfect or ideal property system in the world. And you can go literally across the world and you're going to see nuances to the different systems. Everyone was looking, it's like the grass is greener on the other side. You wish you had their assessment system. We do have a similar definition of market value in Saskatchewan, so we're actually looking at this, achieving the same result, which is positive. This is something that I was taught long ago, and that is valuation is an art versus a science. And I think that's where property owners get frustrated. They think that you can just plug it in a spreadsheet and you're going to get the right answer all the time. A lot of judgment goes into building those models, and it's based on the data that we have, so we need quality data. But that's part of the disconnect that we need to train people on as well, I think. This is a big one for me. We have the Affinity decision finally setting some rules for our province in terms of market value-based assessments. So we have gone through this very expensive process. We've been to the courts, we've hired the lawyers, we've incurred the $750,000 legal fees, and I know the cities would have their own legal departments. So it's very costly, but it's an investment in the system because now we have decisions, and they're not all in our favor. They're not all just for the assessment appraiser. They're telling us we need to be more transparent with the work that we do. We need to share the data that we used, and that's a lesson for us, but also some rules that will support the stability of assessments. If we make a foundational change to the assessment system, we need to keep that in mind because we might be back. We're going to need new legislation, and we're going to be going through appeals once more. The government introduced Board of Revision Training and Certification, and so that was something that was noted in the report, and that's a positive that is taking hold for 2023. And lastly, SAMA has a history of continually reviewing and improving our assessment system, and you can see that, and that's kind of why we wanted to share the history. The system we got didn't just happen. A lot of people put in a lot of work over many decades to create a really good system, and I think it's important to realize, you know, it's not a crisis. We don't have a horrible system, and there is no perfect system. So there's flare-ups in assessment across the world on any given day in any assessment jurisdiction. It's how you handle that, and I think that's where there's a learning for us as assessment appraisers. So the report has been commissioned by SUMA City Mayor's Caucus, and they're looking at that report right now, and they've got a group together. It's called the IPTI Assessment Legislation Working Group, and SAM is part of that as an observer in the Ministry of Government Relations. So we're not voting members, but we're there just to provide some education and some background on the system that we have today. We are doing communication like here today and previously at our advisory committees and City Mayor's Caucus. We've kind of given them a sense of how the system was built. Once SUMA decides how they're going to treat this report, SAMA is going to, of course, as a board, look at the recommendations and decide, what are the options we want to look at, what is the direction for the future, and at that point, many of you might be asked for your input. Looking to the future, I just want to say, existing assessment system is stable. We had a long history in terms of getting to market to 2009. The system is stable and cost-effective, but it can always be better. So there are some real good observations that we need to consider. The main thing I want to say is the change takes time, and the move to market took from 1997 to 2009, and then 5 years to get that final move to market. So if we're going to look at changes from the IPTI report, we need to really give ourselves enough time to make the right decisions and to implement them. We don't want to make a drastic change without the proper foundation, assessment policy-wise or legislation-wise. And the other thing to remember is these are all positive changes, but as with everything, there's a financial and a resource implication, so we want to make sure we have those in place if we are going to move forward on some of the more profound changes. There's a few things, and this is the last slide, a few things we can do, I think. And the IPTI report triggered a lot of awareness of this. The better education that we talked about of the assessment and taxation system, just to let individuals know how it is run and getting rid of those myths. And a lot of people have, I heard recently someone say, well, you just can't appeal your residential property in Saskatchewan. It just can't be done. Well, of course it can be done. What you do is look for comparable properties, but we need to explain that to folks. If you go to British Columbia's Provincial Assessment Appeal Board, they have documentation right on their website, and it walks people through the process of finding a few comparables to bring into that board to challenge your assessment. And that we got to do a little bit more of that. I think also the other thing we've talked about is we need to do more work on previewing assessments. Whether we have a 2-year cycle or a 4-year cycle, we're handing off to our client municipalities brand new values every 4 years. And if those numbers are just, plugged into a taxation system, we're going to have trouble. And I think the onus is on us as assessment appraisers to spell out what the changes are. And we can do that with new technology, perhaps, and that would be GIS. We have a new tool that we're using. It's called ArcGIS, where you can plot the old and the new assessment, and you can color code on a map the properties that are changing. So if you've got something that's going up 2 times or 50%, you want to have a look at those as a local municipality, a council, an administrator, and you want to ask SAMA or your own city, well, what happened here and why is that increase? Is it legitimate? And lots of times it is, but it might help us catch things that we could correct in our assessment. A big item, and this was picked up on the IPTI report, is promoting better understanding of municipal tax tools and the application of tax policy. So when we have a revaluation, typically we have a brand new council, and it's not their fault that they've just walked into this new job and they may not understand all of the workings of municipal tax tools, or that they have a bit more control rather than letting the changes flow through. So that's another area that was really picked up on. And lastly, and I think this is perhaps the most prudent recommendation, is to look at that option to shorten the base date lag. And in the IPTI report, they said, you know what, if you can't shorten the cycle from 4 years to 2 years, or whatever the case may be, consider as an alternative shortening the base date lag, so that when a new value is sent out for a revaluation, it's 12 months old, it's fairly recent, it's understandable, and at least you've got the correct starting point for the revaluation. And with that, that is again just a recap of the history of assessment, a look to the future, and if you have any input on this presentation or you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, and either here now or after, I'd be glad to do my best to provide some insight. Well, I understand that SUMA has requested or invited SARM to the table for these discussions, but I think at this point SARM has not accepted that offer. And so as it stands, and there may be SUMA folks in the room that can answer that, they're having a look at it internally and just deciding what some of the next steps might be. And I would imagine that after that point, then of course SARM would be, and other stakeholders across the province would be consulted, would be my understanding, yep.
I just have a question. I'm Noel Dramey. I'm here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Realtors Association as a stakeholder. My question surrounds stakeholder engagement. And so first of all, I just want to compliment SAMA on having a very good stakeholder engagement program already. One thing that I took, that I really took note of in your earlier presentation was, it was a comment about stakeholder engagement to prevent appeals, to get ahead of those types of things. In your existing committee structure, why is there no committee for ratepayers as a stakeholder?
Well, that's a good point. We have the municipalities, I guess, are the presence for their property owners, but it is seen as kind of a technical group in terms of having the folks at the table who will be administering the assessments. But at any point in time, if there's a major assessment policy change, it would be provided out to the province as a whole. So if we're educating municipalities and we're providing that feedback, it's incumbent upon municipalities to also answer those questions when folks come in and cast a wide net. We did probably the most impactful change for the average person would be a residential cost simplification program. And we took our system, which was highly complex. We had 36 different residential classes, and we brought it down to 7 classes. With that type of change, we had to do a lot of education of local municipalities, of property owners. The very best conduit to educating a property owner are open houses where we're actually out in the municipality and we set up shop, and if it's for a revaluation, that's all the better. And we can sit down and explain the change in assessment. 90% of the time, if a property's change is explained properly and the assessment versus the taxation change, they're going to be, may not like their taxes, but they're going to accept that the change is reasonable. And if they can look at their property record and say, you know what, you've got the wrong square footage or you've got the wrong age, we'll fix it. And we have agreements to adjust as a vehicle to do that. So it really is the advisory committees are providing that support with as much outreach as possible, but still making those groups manageable so that we can go through the agenda and through the different items.
Thank you. Just a follow-up comment. In your current presentation, you have identified that education is an opportunity, for property owners and ratepayers. Having some sort of formal engagement arm with them would probably serve SAMA very well in the future to get ahead of, having to be fearful of the number of appeals that come in during each cycle.
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion. I think that's part of kind of what IPTI envisioned in terms of improved education right across the board. And part of my comment on demystifying the system is, can we explain it to the average person a little bit better? We've got an MRA model. Well, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. But if we use a base home approach and say, okay, you know what, using this model, here's how your values are broken down, and you can see what your basement finish is adding into the value. There's different strategies, but I think what you had said is something SAMA and I know other jurisdictions would want to do more of. There are videos being done right now, and I know Prince Albert, Vanessa has an excellent video on a day in the life of an appraiser in theirs, and SAMA has done the same. Theirs is on their website, and you can actually see the appraiser going through their work and how they collect the information and arrive at the final assessment. So that's, with technology and our websites, that's another vehicle to provide that information out to more people. But I appreciate your feedback and your recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mervyn Schmidt, I'm administrator with the Town of Broadview and the RMFL Capel. The Town of Broadview's just been re-inspected in 2022, 33 years since our 89 one. So we've had significant change, so we've gone through all our assessments and picked out the ones of concern, and your appraiser's been very good to talk things through with us to try to explain it to our ratepayers that are just going to be thrilled to see these increases. So 2 issues of concern I have in talking to your appraisers is the effective year built. I've never seen this before, and all of a sudden now there's this, SAMA can come up with an effective year built. So there's one property that's built in 1984, has been modified, is sitting beside a house that's built in 2009, and the profile now shows their effective year built is 2017. So I've challenged your appraiser. I said, I can see taking the main structure and saying it's 50% of it, the renovations. No, he said, I can't use any more than 0.15. So you're saying this, Sam is saying the main structure of that building, built in 1984, only represents 15% of that building. So then it distorts the effective year built. When we supply that to the property owner, you're talking about plain language.
Right.
They said, how can my house be considered 2017 when yours is 2009 and that fellow across the street is 1979? If you're going to use effective year built, you better do it on everybody's, because it's now the assessor's judgment, the appraiser's judgment, when to impact that. So that's one of our concerns. And the other concern that they have no control is the lifespan of a house is 65 years maximum. So we see the depreciation, and it's depreciated to 65, and then it gets to 65, and it's still got 30 years. Now manipulation is occurring by the assessor to bring up reduce the depreciation, and we have big swings. Of course, if we get to a 12-year cycle, which I appreciate you working to, and the resources are tough to have, but houses, there's a house sold in our town is 81 years old, and they remodeled it, and so they've seen wicked swings because Sam has over depreciated it, now has to manipulate the numbers to reflect that it's got 20 or 30 years more left in that building.
Right, okay. Good comments. There's a lot of detail, so I don't want to comment on specifics, and I know Todd is taking notes at the back, so assessment services, excuse me, could look at the particulars of those situations that you mentioned. Again, we're using mass appraisal, and quite often folks will come in and they'll want to see some specificity, like it's not a single property appraisal. But the methodologies that we have, the depreciation comes from Marshall Swift, which is an international cost service. That's the beginning of the process. The assessment appraiser should be inspecting those properties, right? So you should expect that you're going to have a reasonable assessment on a mass appraisal basis. If we're not getting the information back in terms of questionnaires, that can be a problem. That's one issue. And then also we have condition ratings that we can use to accelerate or decelerate the depreciation. And that is a judgment. You're absolutely right. And that's part of what I said. It's an art versus a science. If there are inequities and you're not happy with what you're seeing, then you definitely want to speak to assessment services, and we'll have that detailed discussion. The system is designed, and it's very similar to elsewhere in North America, to be mass appraisal based. So it's computer driven. It's not a precise valuation, but should approximate market value. So if an individual is telling you that they've got a vastly incorrect age on their property, then we should have a look at it and just say, okay, there's some comparables, what other information do you have, and go from there. Let's make it as accurate as possible. We do have, in the end, the final process is we combine similar properties, and we have a market adjustment factor if your municipality is on a cost base. That market adjustment factor is a final overall adjustment that accounts for everything, including depreciation, to bring it to what that property is selling for. And that needs stratification. So you're taking similar properties and grouping them together. If you've got an area of older homes and one is nested in the middle and it's had a radical renovation and its age has changed, then that would be a maintenance inspection, I would think, where you're saying, well, go and have a look at this, and then take a look at the assessment. And no, I think we missed the mark here, and here's some additional information. So there's a lot that goes into it, and I'm quite sure we can follow up and get into some more details on that, but I'm glad you raised it.
One follow-up to that. So you just spoke plain language in appealing that assessment. How does that that property owner have a chance in hell of appealing his assessment? Because you guys got manuals that I have no idea what they're about. I can't even imagine your appraisers what they got to deal with. So how does a property owner be able to come up with enough information? So most people have just given up. His comment is, I'm going to grin and bear it. And I respect that, because we said otherwise you're wasting $200. So you were talking the technical side. That is deep. I've spent several hours on the phone with the appraiser, and you just get lost and frustrated. And so a property owner, all they care is what's their tax bill at the end of the day. And when they can't understand how their tax base is formed, and when because of these major shifts and using an effective date, where Sam started using that, I have no idea, puts us in a position as local assessors and tax man in a very difficult spot when his taxes are going to go up 50 or 60% because somebody made a judgment that his house is considered now a 2017. So I don't see how he has a chance to even appeal that, because your manual is this and your manual is that. So how does that 0.15 that you've put in that manual, he can't dispute that, correct?
Well, he could certainly dispute it. It's a factor, it's a judgment call, there's various ratings. I think getting back to the basics is I would encourage this individual to come and speak to an appraiser, and I'm sure they've done that, and then walk through the assessment. Do they have the right physical? Do they have the right chronological age? Do they know all the renovations that went into that property? Is there another property in the municipality that's similar? What are the differences in value? If that went to the Board of Revision and they're looking at common sense, I'm sure that would be looked at. I don't disagree with you. If we're using a methodology on one property in a municipality that's got 500 properties, that's not correct, because we want to have equity. So then you would want to see that one property that had that treatment also valued in a similar manner across your municipality. So they're being treated fairly. If someone has done extensive renovations, yeah, their assessment's going to be different than that identical house that hasn't been touched for 50 years, and we see that quite a bit too. We don't use effective age very often, only when there's like really structural reconstruction is kind of the basis for it. So I won't speak to the particulars, but definitely we need to get into it, and you raise a concern, and that's part of this education we're talking about. We need to create an open conduit for property owners to talk to the assessment appraisers and have some plain language in terms of explaining the assessment. So no, I'm glad you brought this forward, and there are ways to get around that and to be more positive in our explanations of assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions on Slido on the app? Corinne? No, nothing? Okay, thank you, Sean. We're going to break for dinner here in just a minute here. Just to end this on a little lighter note, I was thinking yesterday in our session, Kelly mentioned percentage of values. We were talking about the beef industry, BSE in 2003, and Japan just, March 27th of this year lifted the restrictions on buying Canadian beef. So it made me think of a ranching story, and this is a story about 3 bulls, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. And the 3 bulls, it's late in the spring, it's just before they're going to get turned out a couple of weeks ahead. And they're standing in the corral and they're munching away on a round bale feeder, and then in the still, they heard the rancher talking to his wife in the veranda, and he said, you know, our neighbor's got a really nice bull up there. I think I'm going to buy him, and we'll turn him out with those other 3. And she said, yeah, it's a good idea. And these 3 just looked at each other in horror, and the 6-year-old looks at the other 2 and says, well, I'll tell you what. He said, I got 25 cows. We got a good relationship. He said, I'm not sharing. 4-year-old said, well, I got 20, and yes, we got an agreement. No way I'm sharing. And the 2-year-old said, heck, there's only 15 cows that even like me. I'm not sharing. So the 3 of them decided when this new bull got here, they were going to have a discussion with him and tell him, look, you take it easy for the summer, you stand down. So that was the agreement. A week or so later, they hear a heck of a commotion in the driveway. In comes the rancher's truck, the stock trailer just bouncing and banging and everything, and they see this thing, it backs up to the corral gate, so they run behind the barn to see what it is. Out comes the meanest, toughest looking Brahma bull you ever saw. Steam coming out of his nostrils, he's just whirling around in a circle. And finally, he calms down, he strolls over, looks over the fence, not through the fence at the cows out in the field. Well, these 3 are behind the barn. The 6-year-old looks over and says, you know, I'm getting up there in age. I think I can cut back. I can share. And the 4-year-old says, yeah, I see where you're going with that. I think I can do the same. 2-year-old looks at them, runs out, starts pawing and bellowing, and the other 2 said, get back here. He's going to kill you. He said, I don't care. I just want him to realize I'm a bull. We'll ask you to just stay where you're seated. Our staff from the Delta will come and direct you to the buffet. So we'll see you back here in, 45 minutes then? Thank you.
Run away with me. Lost souls in revelry. Running wild and running free. Two kids, you and me. And I say, hey, hey, live it like we're renegades. Hey, hey, live it like we're renegades, renegades, renegades. Long live the pioneers, rebels and mutineers. Go forth, they have no fear. Come close and lend an ear. And I say, hey, hey, live it like we're renegades. Hey, hey, live it like we're renegades, renegades, renegades. All hail the underdogs. All hail the new kids. All hail the outlaws. Spielbergs and Kubricks. It's our time to make a move. It's our time to make amends. It's our time to break the rules. Let's begin. And I say, hey, hey, live it like we're renegades. Hey, hey, live it like we're renegades, renegades, left your camels on the counter, an empty bottle on the floor by the nightstand, and it took me a couple hours cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen where we used to dance. It wasn't like you to stay, 'cause you're just too damn good at leaving everyone and everything in your life behind. I'm always picking up after you. should be fine, this is nothing new. But every time I get back on my feet, I'm on my knees. Yeah, it's a different kind of mess I'm used to. Pouring out your glass of red and carrying you up to bed. But now my heart is the wreck I'm sorting through. Still picking up after you. Out in the night, trying to numb the pain. Still picking up after you. Out in the night, trying to numb the pain. It's hard on the streets, but I couldn't care. Running from something out in the night somewhere. It's not I don't love you, it's not we can't try. But needing each other don't mean holding on so tight, so tight. Ain't gonna change overnight. Something, baby, don't feel right. Working all the time, praying it gets better, but it's rolling dice. When we are together, stuck in overdrive, losing all direction. Maybe you and I, maybe when I'm ever working overtime. It's like I've been dreaming, been gone for so long. Woke up to a world where I don't belong. Ain't gonna change overnight. Something, baby, don't feel right. Working overtime, praying it gets better, but it's rolling dice. When we are together, stuck in overdrive, losing all direction. Maybe you and I, maybe when I'm never working overtime. It's easier to say goodbye than say we'll try and try. Stuck in overtime, praying it gets better, but it's rolling dice. We never were together, stuck in overdrive, losing all direction. Maybe you and I, baby, when I'm for working overtime, praying it gets better, but it's rolling dice. When we are together, stuck in overdrive, losing all direction. Maybe you and I, maybe when I'm never working overtime. colors just drain out my life, and I've been going through the motions. I can feel myself slipping away, slipping away. I keep thinking about that summer south at Daytona Beach. We never left the bed, no, we never got no sleep. And I've been looking back and thinking about the way it was, the way we were reckless, so reckless. When I was with you, baby, I was Superman. You, we were sky, there was nothing better. When I was with you, grabbing that light wire, we were Johnny and Jude in a ring of fire. Now you're caught up in my head like a melody of the sweetest summer song that we used to sing. When I was with you, on some starry summer nights, I still wonder where you are. Are you still breaking all the hearts of all the boys that play guitar and just going through the motions of emotions that's slipping away, slipping away? But even with all that, girl, I'd still trade a few heartbeats for one more sleepless night tangled up between your sheets. And I've been looking back and thinking about the way it was, the way we were in those 100-mile-an-hour curves. When I was with you, baby, I was Superman. You, we were sky, there was nothing better. When I was with you, grabbing that light wire, we were Johnny and Jude in a ring of fire. Now you're caught up in my head like a melody of the sweetest summer song that we used to sing. When I was with you, when I was with you. Sweetest summer song that we used to sing. When I was with you, when I was
Say you want a little wild in your Friday, kinda sick of this same old scene. This neon leaves you lonely, baby. I know what you mean. You're tired of wasting your time. Them other boys, they always tripping. Well, I know a guy who might just know what you've been missing. Say you've been looking around all over this little town, staring at the barroom door. Can't find what you're looking for. You've been locked down for a while. You want some more wild and free. I don't know who you're waiting on, but kinda sounds like maybe me.
Just a little love will tear us apart. I ain't worried about nothing. I ain't wearing a nada. I'm sitting pretty impatient, but I know you gotta put in them hours. I'ma make it harder. I'm sending pick after picture. I'ma get you fired. I know you're always on that night shift, but I can't stand these nights alone. And I don't need no explanation, 'cause baby, you're the boss at home. You don't gotta go to work, but you gotta put in work, work. You don't gotta go to work, let my body do the work, We go work tomorrow, we go work tomorrow, Let's put it in motion. I'ma give you a promotion. I'll make it feel like a vacate, turn the bed into an ocean. We don't need nobody, I just need your body. Nothing but sheets in between us, ain't no getting off early. I know you're always on that night shift, but I can't stand these nights alone. And I don't need no explanation, 'cause baby, you're the boss at home. You don't gotta go to work, but you gotta put in work, You don't gotta go to work, let my body do the work, We go work tomorrow, we go work tomorrow.
Oh yeah, girl gotta work for me. Can you make it clap, no hands for me? Take it to the ground, pick it up for me. Look back at it all, I'm for me. Put in work like my time sheet. She ride it like a 63. I'ma buy a new Celine. Let her ride in the forest with me. Oh, she the babe, I'm her boo. And she down to break the rules. Ride it down, she gon' go. I'm gon' do, she finesse. I fight book, she take that. Put in overtime on your body.
You don't gotta go to work, but you gotta put in work, You don't gotta go to work, let my body do the work, we can work from home, we can work from home, we can work from home, we can work from home.
Don't you think that it's pathetic? A year is too long for a phone call to end it. Do you have your questions? Do you regret it? Maybe that's giving you too much credit. Thinking that you'd come to your senses. How are you okay? 'Cause it looks like all your grass is greener. You made it to the other side. While I've been picking up the pieces that you left behind. And I've been trying to see it brighter. But over here there's just no light. I've been wondering what the hell I didn't do right to be on the wrong side of the bed you made us lying. All the late nights we were fighting gave me up while I was trying to not let you slip away. How are you okay? How are you okay? 'Cause it looks like all your grass is greener. You made it to the other side. While I've been picking up the pieces that you left behind. And I've been trying to see it brighter. But over here there's just no light. I've been wondering what the hell I didn't do right. Would you tell me so I don't end up here next time on the wrong side of goodbye? On the wrong side of goodbye.
I used to think that it was me against the world, but it wasn't. Thought drinking from a glass half empty made it better, but it doesn't. Funny all the things you realize, and that 20/20 hindsight vision opens up your eyes. Now my outlook on life is different than it used to be. Yeah, my outlook is someone's up there looking down and looking out for me. Something in my random soul said I had to go toe to toe with the devil. Fell in love with a gypsy girl, said she couldn't risk it on a rebel. At least not one that doesn't have a cause. And I'll admit, I guess back then that's all I really was. Now my outlook on life is different than it used to be. Yeah, my outlook is someone's up there looking down and looking out for me.
We will be starting here in 5 minutes if you want to grab a coffee or something.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk the guy, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you gon' find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Do it for your people, do it for your pride. And you're never gonna know if you never even try. Do it for your country, do it for your name, 'cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion, you can be the best. You can be a champion, banging on your chest. You can be a champion, you can beat the world. You can be a champion, banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can be a champion, you can break rocks. You can be a champion, don't wait for luck. Dedicate your champion, standing in the Hall of Fame. I know I could lie, but I'm telling the truth. Wherever I go, there's a shadow of you. I know I could try looking for something new, but wherever I go, I'll be looking for you. Some people lie, but they're looking for magic. Others are quietly going insane. I feel alive when I'm close to the madness. No easy love could ever make me feel the same. I know I could lie,
people praying to God.
If you could please take your seats, we'll start this afternoon's part of the meeting. I'd like to start off by introducing you to some of our SAMA staff that are in the background here that are doing a lot of the work that set this up today. Right at the door is Corrine Charco. She's an executive assistant that had a big part of what was going on today. You just waved there. When you came to the check-in, you saw Kelsey Griffin, who's in administration. Kelsey, just wave. And also David Springer, who is a property officer in Regina. He was in the check-in there also. Who have we got there? Oh, Rebecca. Rebecca Schultz is an industrial right over there next to David. Ken Bush is the Swift Current manager. He's right alongside of the SAMA sign there. Kevin Groats, our assistant managing director for assessment. Just wave there, Kevin. Peter Ryan is our communications coordinator, and he's another one responsible for today's meeting and setting all that up. Where do we go here? Oh, Carlo. Carlo Simonson is our director for quality assurance. Jason Duke is in information services. Where we got? Jane? Jane Thompson is in assessment services also. Did I miss somebody here? I think I got everybody. Okay, that's your SAMA crew that's helping us out here today outside of the executive that have been up here. So let's give them a round of applause. And also, big round of applause for our Delta staff here. That was an excellent meal. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mayor Alana Hachu. Okay, Nachu, sorry. Mayor Nachu was first elected in 2017. She's a longtime Sturgeon County resident and an active volunteer. She lives in Division 5 with her husband Rob and 2 children. Mayor Nachu comes from a long line of farmers and spent most of her life in an oil and gas business as an oil and gas business owner. As a leader, she focuses on opening doors to residents and keeping an open mind while looking for innovative solutions to current challenges. Developing a prosperous future for Sturgeon County is a priority for Mayor Nachu. Diversification in agriculture and industry is one of her goals, as is the support of small business. There are many opportunities for responsible, sustainable development in Sturgeon County. In her spare time, Mayor Nachu enjoys horseback riding, golf, downhill skiing, and teaching yoga. Mayor Nachu.
Thank you and good afternoon. Oh gosh, these are not made for someone of my size. You know when you're in a room where someone can say your name that there's going to be some good Ukrainian food for lunch, so thank you for that. Sauerkraut and sour cream are the extra additions that you get when you have legitimate quality food. So I wanted to first thank you for the invitation to Regina, to the Territory Treaty 4, and to the Métis Nation West Region 3. I also want to thank Ms. Randy Golden and Mr. Peter Ryan for extending the invitation for me here today. So if it goes well, I'll thank them, and if it doesn't, then we'll blame them. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of history about who I am. I am actually from Saskatchewan, like many Albertans. I still have family, friends, and farmland here. My farmland and family are still in the RM of Kindersley area, and I graduated from the Rosetown Composite High. I won't tell you what year, but you can tell from the vanity plates on my first car how long ago that was. I also spent many summers in the Etonia and Mantario area at my aunt and uncle's farm because they had horses, and I was not allowed one at home. So I was happy to be able to eventually move out to the country and have my own. And so I'm going to hope that you can stay with me as we fight off the carb coma. There's always pierogi, or rather, bread, pasta, and we can get a little tired toward the end of the day. So hopefully I have enough entertaining things to help keep you awake. So I can just tell you a little bit about where Sturgeon County is, who we are, a little bit about our budget, some of our priorities, as well as some of the partnerships that we're involved in. And in some of my discussions earlier today in the room, I can tell you that those partnerships are blessings and curses all at the same time. But we have understood that in order for us to get far, it's important that we move as a collective forward. So I'll speak more to that later. And so I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Sturgeon County and give you some context as to where we are in the province of Alberta. So I can't show you my Regina, but I can show you my Sturgeon. Sturgeon County is a place of opportunity, ambition, community, wide open spaces, and deep roots. We have about 480,000 acres of primary Class 1 soil. We have 776 kilometers of roads and 185 kilometers of secondary roads. You'll also see in the blue there's 5 towns within Sturgeon County. They have their own identity and their own autonomy. However, we do work to support one another as best we can, but that isn't always easy. You'll see on the slide below as well a little bit of the outline of the Edmonton metropolitan region, and I'll speak more to that later as well. So these are the fine folks that I get to work with. We all have diverse backgrounds, but we are equally committed to serving our communities. Our strategic plan has us focused on planned growth, thriving communities, environmental stewardship, collaborative governance, and operational excellence. We are involved in many things, and it's a challenge to keep one another abreast of those ideas as well as our communities. And much like I'm sure your peers back home, we're busy sitting on boards and committees and commissions around water, wastewater, solid waste, watershed, community organizations, policing, rural crime, victim services, and then of course we have our regional governance on top of that as well, and a number of economic development organizations that we have an opportunity to work with. So as I said, 2,100 square kilometers of land. We've got almost 21,000 residents. They are educated and affluent. The 5 towns within our boundaries have between 1,000 and 10,000 residents. We have 10 hamlets within our borders. We have over 100 country residential subdivisions. We have 12 community halls. Used to be 14, but I think we've got a little hobby arsonist on our hands, but that's a conversation for another day. And within our borders, we have 2 rinks as well that we support with the assistance of community-based organizations, and then, of course, a number of ODRs. We also are home to Alberta's largest rural high school with around 600 students. So there's a lot going on. You can see the number of highways through there and the top occupations. This next slide shows you who our top employers are. I'm sure Nutrien will be familiar to many of you. And these employers are obviously the private employers, but our very largest employer in Sturgeon County is the Canadian Forces Base Edmonton. They employ over 600 civilians on that base, and I have worked diligently since 2017 to build and strengthen the relationship with the military, because they're very important to us, and a number of the military actually do end up, even once they've toured across Canada, come back and retire in and around the Sturgeon County area. And so we always go above and beyond in making them feel welcome and important. The 2019 census also showed that we have a number of educators and administrators when you step outside of the trades and the engineering that you see expressed on this slide here. And obviously when you see the names there, it explains why we have an affluent population. Those companies are strong, successful companies, and they pay well. A little bit about our budget. We have an $80 million operating budget this year and a $27 million capital spending. This year we have a 2.9% tax increase, which is our first increase in 5 years. Past council was wanting to hold the line, to become more competitive with our regional neighbors. We do collaborate as much as possible, but when push comes to shove, we want the announcement in our jurisdiction, and so we felt we needed to have competitive tax rates. But after a 5-year hold, the rest had their increases and caught up to us, and so now we are much more competitive. We have a residential mill rate of 3.71, and our non-residential mill rate is 10.47. Our tax ratio is 2.82, and the province likes to hold us between that 1 to 5 ratio. We have a few municipalities in Alberta that are 1 to 15, and they get in a little bit of trouble with the provincial government, but we understand cookie-cutter approaches don't work for everybody, but we are maintaining our competitive edge there, and we're happy to do that. As you can see with the number of roads that we have, roads are what rural people care about, and that's why 70% of our capital budget is going to building and maintaining those roads. And as well through corporate services and our FCSS, we also support the recreation facilities in our neighboring municipalities. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So this is where our revenues come from. And just to give you a little bit of context to the assessment cycle, we examine 20% of Sturgeon County parcels every year. And that's on a 5-year cycle before you get your review and get your increase. And of note, we recently invested $7.5 million getting broadband to over 1,000 of our premises in phase 1 of Sturgeon County. And I was telling Randy earlier, out of the 1,000 potential premises that we've signed up, only 800, and a few of them I know have not signed up because they know when they have fiber to the door, their property values will go up, and therefore then their assessment will go up. So they're foregoing the $15,000 free fiber hookup to their house to save a few bucks on their assessment. So interesting consideration. As well, last year we were $300,000 short. Oil and gas companies have found it challenging to find out how to get the check in the mail. $268 million provincially is outstanding from oil and gas companies not paying rural municipalities. The Alberta Energy Regulator will now require proof of full payment or payment plans to municipalities prior to issuing any new licenses or allowing companies to sell or purchase existing licenses. This has taken years of lobbying on behalf of rural municipalities, but the saw-off for that is we're likely looking at harmonized assessment coming forward on designated industrial properties. But given that 41% of that nearly $300 million that's currently outstanding is owed by operational companies, we were happy to hear that the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Municipal Affairs sent letters to those particular companies, strongly encouraging them to pay their taxes. So the pie chart here shows a little bit about what our tax makeup is, and for some it might seem like that's a lot of great non-residential or industry taxation, but as you know, with dips and linears being under the purview of the province, that gives us a little less visibility on the future changes that may be coming. And in fact, this year we had $7 million of difference between what we thought our assessment was going to be. Based on inflation, we got an extra $7.6 million, so we dropped our tax rate from 3.9 down to 2.9. But it's also not lost on us. Those assessments can swing the other way as well. So we work hard to have some healthy reserves. Currently, we have $73 million in unrestricted and restricted reserves to help cushion that, and we have a debt limit of $160 million currently. So our priority sectors are value-added agriculture, obviously renewable energy, and hydrogen, which I'll speak more to later, as well defense and security and aerospace, as well transportation and logistics. We are the gateway to the north, and so people have figured out if you can get things to the coast and you want to ship northwest, we can cut several days off of shipping and hours off of flights. So multimodal logistics is certainly opening things up in central and northern Alberta for sure. We understand that diversification is key, though, because obviously there are some shifts in oil and gas, and so we've got some great faba bean processing that's about to get underway. We've got canola crushing, and we're looking for some pulse fractionation, but Saskatchewan continues to eat our lunch on that. We are pleased to see the province stepping up with some incentives to make us a little more competitive. As well, around diversification, we've seen that solar is a bit of a mixed blessing. Currently, we have 2 projects underway. One is for 5 quarters, and the other is for 7 quarter sections. One is in industrial heartland, which is close to some industry demand, and the other is in the middle of some great prime ag land. And of course, then they need to invest into connections to the distribution lines, and those dollars come back to customers. But the AUC hasn't quite caught up to the free energy market and electricity market in Alberta these days, so we have some challenges there. And as well, I mentioned defense, security, and aerospace. The base in Sturgeon County used to be an Air Force, but it is currently home to 1/3 of Canada's fighting army. And as well, to the north of us by a couple of hours is the Cold Lake Air Force Base, and then we have Wainwright and Suffield as well. So there's great opportunity, I think, around aviation, aerospace, and defense in Canada, and we're working to be able to make sure that we're in the appropriate situation to be able to realize some of the billions of dollars being invested there into the future. Oh, there we go. So this is how we fit into the Edmonton metro region. You'll see the 4 towns that you had seen earlier in Sturgeon County are now grayed out slightly because they are under 3,000 population. So in the EMRB Growth Management Board changed their structure back in 2016. We went from 24 members down to 13 members. We had some conversations in the room earlier about Strathcona County on the east side. They are a specialized municipality with 105,000 people, and they have a hamlet that has reached 100,000 people. That's the hamlet of Sherwood Park. So they have an interesting structure there. But all of us are feeling urban pressures, and that is complicating country life as urban residents want to connect with where their food comes from. And so our regional partnerships are pivotal to achieving our priorities. But relationships with our residents and our producers and visitors are also important to us. You can see here the large close sign. We've worked to support value-added agriculture, agribusiness, and agritourism to the best of our ability, but I would say some people's business plans have gotten ahead of our policies and our abilities to support and regulate them in appropriate ways. So we did have the unfortunate option of doing a stop order on one of our very popular farms this last summer. So that led to weeks of passionate feedback from residents as we try to find our way through this so that we can have safe places and safe farms for people to visit, but that passersby can also not have to worry about swerving around people pushing strollers down the side of highways, which was literally what we were dealing with this last summer. And actually, at the most recent Rural Municipalities of Alberta conference, I brought forward a resolution which passed with 80% support to ask the province to work with municipalities to review the agribusiness and agritourism supports as we look at both building and assessment classifications when farms diversify, want to create some value add or bring some extra money. As you know, once you have visitors, public through your barns, they can become considered commercial buildings, and that is changes their assessment, changes their building code requirements, and creates some problems. So we're working to try to come to some solutions there. Because we do understand that agriculture comes in many forms and sizes, and we want to support the small farms as well as the large. And as I mentioned earlier, we're happy that the provincial government decided to bring in an agri-processing investment credit to provide 12% non-refundable tax credit against the eligible capital expenditures for corporations. again, commend Saskatchewan on the great job that you have done landing international investment here in value-added ag and processing. So as you can see here, we have many opportunities and initiatives afoot in Sturgeon County. And we have some stiff competition both across Canada and globally as well. So we've come up with major investment incentive bylaws. Some call it a race to the bottom. We call it trying to get a little bit of something instead of all of nothing. This incentive program offers a tax abatement based on capital costs for new construction projects. If you are doing value-added agriculture, we will apply 2%, and if it's a solar farm, we'll apply 1%. It should be noted that if your solar farm is in the Heartland industrial area, you get access to the incentive package. If it's on ag land outside of that industrial area, then the incentive is not applied. So one of our residential priorities is Sturgeon Valley, which is a 30-year-old community that's nearing 90% build out of the area structure plan. So it was time to update that ASP and create a clear future for developers and residents in the area. As a member of the Growth Management Board that the province has mandated us to be a member of, we had to work very closely with the City of St. Albert and the City of Edmonton to get their support on the area structure plan before we could even take it to the Edmonton Metro Regional Board for approval. So it took 2 years of collaboration to get that passed. And now we are going through the land use bylaw updates to start to actually bring that to fruition at home. But the residents are coming to understand that the future of the remainder of their community is going to look very different than what was there for 30 years, because the older community is at 2 units per hectare, and the new densities that we have to adhere to are between 20 to 40 units per hectare. And this is, of course, to save on the conversion of ag land, as well as have more folks to be able to contribute to the cost of the infrastructure needed to support that population. The work to conserve ag land is a very important one, and it's one that rural municipalities support, but it does rub me a little bit the wrong way when, just 2 years ago, we had 3,800 acres of prime agriculture land annexed by the City of St. Albert. And I've made it known to everyone that will be the last uncontested annexation as long as there's any breath in me. Currently at the core that has 90% build out is 1,400 hectares at that core, and the new stage that we are developing is to cover 1,750 hectares on the northern edge of both the City of St. Albert and the City of Edmonton. And the current population of that country residential subdivision area is a population of 4,300 people. So we start to feel those urban tensions in that area. In fact, I think if one partner pays the tax bill, the other partner sometimes thinks they actually live in the City of St. Albert. But we're working to rectify that. And so as we support agriculture and work with the Edmonton Metro Regional Board, we worked diligently for 2 years to create the Regional Agriculture Master Plan. It is the first of its kind in Western Canada, focused on protecting and stewarding Tier 1 agriculture land. With 30% of the region's land deemed Tier 1 and 25% of the province's food and beverage processing industry, it is well understood in the area that agriculture is important, and it is already our second largest industry in the region. So we're working to be able to create the investments to make sure that those that want to get into value-added or ag processing know that they are going to have the commodities that they need into the future to make those millions and billions of dollars of investment. It is our hope to be able to grow the sector from the $4.5 billion that it is now to $10 billion. That is our stretch goal. We also know that the farm gate sales is often, 1-to-1, but if we can add some value add and some processing, that force multiplier can get us up to 2.1 to 3 to 1 value modifier for those commodities, and that's definitely what we want to do. We want to keep the value, keep the jobs before we send out those finished products around the world. Yes, $11.42 billion in 2021 farm gate sales and food and beverage, and we want to be able to get that up to $27 billion by 2046. And so now we move on to the implementation of the Regional Agriculture Master Plan. We have 2 years to implement that, and we've put about $100,000 in our budget for the next year to begin to do this work as we bring in our land use bylaws and our MDP amendments to align with this larger Regional Agriculture Master Plan. And we will now, I mean, we always continued to monitor our subdivisions and our land use, but now there will be a standardized reporting across the rural municipalities that we submit that information to the Edmonton Metro Regional Board in a standardized manner. We also developed land evaluation and site assessment tool as part of the consideration process as to whether land would be allowed to be subdivided off. It will be looked at in the context of what types of infrastructure has been invested or the proximity to other urban development, et cetera. So there'll be a number of checks and balances to make sure that land is being converted appropriately and at the right time. There were the development of 4 policy areas, and that was based on, again, infrastructure and the proximity to urban municipalities. And a large portion of Sturgeon County is in that policy area 1, which will maintain its rural agriculture. And I'll speak a little bit later about one of the portions of the county that is policy area 3, which means it's to remain in agriculture until such time as it transitions into another use. So 2 years of sitting down with the cities and towns to explain to them what agriculture and farming was in order for them to understand that we actually knew what we were doing. We just had to figure out how to show them our homework. But we've got that all sorted out. And then it took almost another 2 years being bounced between 4 different ministers of municipal affairs before it was actually accepted and approved. And that happened just very recently. So now the real work of implementation begins. And so, as I alluded to around aviation, aerospace, and defense, and the transition of ag lands brings us to the Villeneuve Airport, which is a regional airport owned by the Edmonton Airport Authority. Edmonton Airport Authority has focused on their 7,000 acres around the International, and that being the gateway to the north and the logistics hub, and that makes good sense. But we also saw that there was an investment in infrastructure over decades that had been made in this little regional airport that has access to major trade corridors, road, rail, and air. So we felt that it was probably time to look at the opportunities available there. There's 4 cities within 20 minutes. So we hired an independent third-party consultant to look as to what the opportunities would be with this regional airport. And we came up with a number of options around whether it be value-added agriculture or an eco-industrial park, aviation, aerospace, machine repair and overhaul. And the easy one is training. There is a worldwide shortage of pilots and mechanics, and there's already a few flight schools out there, and we're doing everything that we can to make sure that there will be more flight schools. Our analysis showed there a potential for 1,700 jobs and an estimated $233 million in gross annual payroll for those jobs at that airport in the next 25 years if our area structure plan and development plans go ahead as hoped. Also with $1.15 billion, that's with a B, in total development opportunities and $1.8 billion in cumulative economic benefit for the surrounding region. So we're excited about that. And knowing that defense spending is due to increase by 70% between now and 2026, going from $18 billion to $32 billion. And it's about time the West got some of that investment because it all goes out east. And I think if we play our cards right, we can get some of that money here. So this is just a bit of a zoom in to that airport. We respect that it is the asset of the Edmonton Airport Authority in the center. So we're looking to change the zoning of the land around the airport, hoping to support industrial investment there. We have invested over $2 million getting water to that airport. They were trucking it in from Leduc County before, right past our water station, but that's a whole other story. We directly funded, as I said, $7.5 million in broadband, and each of the businesses, I think there's about 35 businesses there, will get free connection, fiber to their door for broadband. And there's a number of innovative companies that certainly have felt the restriction around data processing capabilities, and we're going to alleviate that for them. We have invested significant resources in building relationships and putting the right infrastructure in place. And we are very excited to have developed what we call the Villeneuve Landing Network. And that is a partnership of surrounding municipalities, First Nations, and economic development organizations to be able to support this growth and diversification. I'll talk a little bit about the Heartland on the east side of the county in a few more slides, but right now on the west side, this is our opportunity to insulate ourselves from the rise and fall of the oil and gas economy, as well as just offer different jobs and opportunities because we want our kids that grow up there to stay there. So we have plans, but we also know we're not in total control of everything. There's an old Scottish saying that what's for you won't go by you. And I feel like the Villeneuve Landing Network and the Villeneuve Airport is for us. But we do have a major decision coming up at the Edmonton Metro Regional Board, the area structure plan. There was some difference of opinions as to where the approved deployment area outline ends. And so our application was rejected by the administration of the Growth Management Board. And so now the decision will come to the 13 board members to decide whether this is too much of a stretch away from the growth plan or whether it's doable. So I'm working hard to build those relationships to make sure that my neighbors understand just how important this is to all of us. And as well, it's important to the municipalities and First Nations who have some opportunity for economic reconciliation through being involved in that airport. And so we'll go to the other side of the county, to the east side. This is second of 4 industrial parks in Sturgeon County. It's a premium full service. It's rail connected, low cost, medium industrial area. It's ideal for advanced manufacturing, plastics, potentially even some defense over here, cold storage, et cetera. We currently have 35 companies there involved in manufacturing, agribusiness, construction, transportation, and logistics. There's been nearly $230 million of upgrades in and around the roads in that area. Some of it by the province, most of it by the province, some of it by us. And very recently, happy to say that one of the major bridges over the North Saskatchewan River that was built 60 years ago has finally been approved and budgeted for replacement. So the Vinca Bridge is going to have $60 million of refurbishment coming in the next couple of years. It was announced 3 times by 2 different governments, but this time it's actually in the budget, so fingers crossed. I'm not going to get too excited until I see heavy equipment on the ground. So over to the Heartland, just a little further north, there's 580 square kilometers that's been zoned heavy industrial. Much of it is still under production in ag. There's a lot of canola and potatoes come out of there, but it is zoned heavy industrial. We also have Sol Aurora is doing a 1,200 acre, 200 megawatt solar farm there with a capital cost estimate of $340 million. The power generated by that solar installation will feed directly into Alberta Link's Heartland substation, which is adjacent to the proposed solar farm and obviously very near to some heavy industry that could use that power. As well, there'll be an additional 200 megawatt power generation and a 100 megawatt battery energy storage system as well. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have another solar installation attempting to get approval on the other side of the county. But again, no incentives on that side. I do feel like the Alberta Utilities Commission does need to get with the times. So a little more detail on Alberta's industrial heartland. I've got to say right now, what you're going to notice if you say RFS4 announced $460 million investment, that's for 55,000 barrels a day, missed a K there. So these are all really important contributors to our assessment and to our jobs, and we're pleased to have them there. And we have continued to hone our competitive tools, trying to get investment away from the Gulf Coast and away from Louisiana and into the heartland. But obviously, capital construction costs more here. Buildings need to be able to meet our climate challenges, and so it's more expensive to invest here. So we did a lot of analysis to figure out what incentives we needed to do to get on par with Louisiana and the Gulf Coast, and that's where we came up with these, 1.5% of your eligible capital costs, or 2.5% eligible capital cost incentive if the program meets the ESG requirements around equity, employment, engaging with Indigenous folks around the area as well. And so that's 80% abatement of their annual property tax on the incremental increase associated with the investment, or for 10 years, whichever occurs first. And as well, these incentives are stackable with the incentives that both the province and the feds have put on the table. So a little bit about Alberta's industrial heartland. It's 43% of the nation's basic chemical manufacturing happens in the heartland. It's been around, it's a partnership that's been around for 24 years. There was the 4 founding members, Fort Saskatchewan, Lamont County, Strathcona, and Sturgeon. Edmonton was added in a little bit later. And we have the 3 associate members of Gibbons, Redwater, and Bruderheim. They pay no fees into the association, don't have a voting at the board table, but they can attend the public portions of our meetings and use our logo on their marketing materials, and also just get a better understanding for what they can do with their municipalities in close proximity to heavy industry so that they can realize some of the benefits. And as well, those associate members do also have the freedom to approach heavy industry as they choose, and heavy industry does support and sponsor a great deal of the infrastructure and facilities in those towns as well. They're good partners. And so in the context of Alberta and Sturgeon County, you can see where the heartland is again. $45 billion of investment in the last 25 years in that area. 40 great companies, and we also have a goal of another $30 billion by 2030, and we are on target to make that goal. There's enhanced opportunities for eco-industrial development based on this clustered integration. And my notes say easy access to global markets, but that's up for debate. We could always use a little more rail and potentially a few more pipelines as well. It is the most advanced regulatory oversight in the area, and we are working to be able to expedite those regulatory approvals as well, making sure we're not cutting corners, but we just want to be able to move at the speed of business. We have a coordinated approval processes on air, land, and water, and this is a foundational work that can leverage the most common element as a chemical energy carrier for fuel and electricity, as well as add value, jobs, and economic spin-offs for the region. So when you're talking about energy going forward, there's discussions around carbon capture and storage, and a lot of people feel like carbon capture and storage is a new technology and unproven, and we beg to differ. CCUS has been happening in the heartland for a number of years. We've got, as you can see here, Shell's Quest Carbon Capture and Storage, as well as the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line. They are moving millions of tons, 4 million tons moved through Quest since 2015, and the capacity to move 14 million tons per year from the heartland down to Joffrey's mature oil fields to get some enhanced oil recovery as well. So that CCUS is also an enabler for blue hydrogen, which is, I think, can be a game changer for Canada. And as you can see by the note on the slide, the Heartland is home to 10% of the world's carbon capture and storage, and we're very proud of that. So as I said, we're honing our skills and our abilities to be able to move at the speed of business but not cut corners around the preservation of our environment. Alberta's Industrial Heartland and the Northeast Capital Industrial Association worked very closely with the provincial partners that you can see listed here to come up with designated industrial zones. What many thought would take 4 years, we got done in 6 months. And we are very proud of this. And this is a province-wide opportunity. It's starting obviously in the Heartland, but it's something that can be extrapolated out over any industrial area that can reach the level of collaboration that is required to be able to meet this. We want to be able to reduce regulatory burden with one window permitting, improve responsiveness by providing a concierge service to site selectors, tailored regulatory system, leveraging the cluster efficiencies that we have around, as I said, air emissions, wetlands, water and soil management and transportation, as well as modernize the regulatory system through the use of electronics, et cetera. And a couple more of the industrial parks that we have in Sturgeon County that have been around for a couple of years that we continue to make investments. On the Pro North Industrial Park, we spent $7 million repaving, actually digging right down to the base and repaving and rebuilding the road into that industrial park. Just so we could take half that highway and hand it over in the annexation to the city of St. Albert without so much as a thank you. But we knew it was important to us to make sure that that industrial park had easy access, and we knew we wouldn't be in control of the whole road going forward. So we did what we could to take care of them, and we're happy to have that done as well. They have fiber to their businesses as well too. And the Heritage Industrial Park has been around for, I think, 30 years. We finally paved that road last year as well and put fiber in there. So they're very pleased, but their property values will go up and their assessment values will go up. And so potentially I'll hear about that come June. But it's important to, I think, acknowledge and support the businesses that are around and remain competitive, and I think we've been able to do that. So that's a little bit about what we've been doing for the past 25 years, and now I'm going to move on to what we hope to see happen for the next 25 years. So I have the privilege of being the chair of the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub, which is the first hydrogen hub in Canada. And why Edmonton and why hydrogen? Well, we're already doing it. We've been making hydrogen in and around the Heartland for the last 20 years. We've been manufacturing it for industrial uses. We do 2,000 tons of gray hydrogen for refining and fertilizer production, but now with the carbon capture capabilities, that gets you blue nitrogen fertilizer and blue hydrogen as well. We have experience in the production, in the carbon capture. We have investments in the infrastructure of pipelines. We have a large talent pool of engineers and tradespeople. And these factors, combined with concerted efforts from industry, government, Indigenous folks, and academic leaders, gives us a global advantage. Hydrogen production will play a pivotal role in Canada's transition to a low-carbon economy. And I would say 2 years ago, we were ahead of the curve, but at the speed of investment in other countries, we are losing ground. So I'm constantly there lighting fires to make sure that they understand that we need to be able to gain market share now, because to get it and own it at the front end is much easier than it is to fight to claw it away from somebody else at a later date. These are the partners at the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub. So the 5 founding members were the 5 founding members of the Heartland Association. But I said, you know, if our future is going to look different than our past, we need to be more inclusive right out of the gate. So we reached out to the 2 First Nations in closest proximity and welcomed them to the table at the inception of this organization, and they were happy to oblige. And so we have worked closely with the Transition Accelerator out of the University of Calgary to identify the unique strengths, estimate the production costs and the demand potential and the opportunities and the pathways necessary to be able to shift our energy to low carbon. So, you know, it sometimes takes people with different viewpoints to be able to get us where we need to go. But we are a coalition of the willing, and we work very closely with everybody. We are backed by $600,000 from the Heartland Association itself. We have $1.2 million worth of funding from Prairies Can, and we have $450,000 coming in from the province of Alberta through their Emission Reduction Alberta. And so this was to fund 3 years worth of work. We've got another year ahead of us, and so we are now collaborating to come up with solid business cases around how to build demand markets through municipal fleets, through industrial heating, and other industrial uses as well. We're working together, but there's challenges obviously around election cycles and massive differences with different organizations' mandates and different communities' priorities. It's never easy, but it is very necessary to have new opportunities, enhanced equity inclusion, and rights for both Indigenous communities and other underrepresented groups. We have low-cost natural gas feedstock that can help make blue hydrogen about half the wholesale cost of diesel. And so in December 2020, the feds came out with their strategy to modernize our energy system and to build a new hydrogen supply and distribution infrastructure, fostering the uptake in several different sectors. And so they've put a 5-year timeline around that, but as I said, I think it might take a little bit longer. Canada is known, though, for its leading fuel cell technology. I'm sure many of you have heard from Ballard. I mean, their success using their products around the world, but not so much at home. But things are changing as we look at different ways to utilize both fuel cells and hydrogen specifically. We have to have very strategic infrastructure investments because we do have the potential to deliver up to 30% of Canada's end-use energy by 2050 and a quarter of the world's energy. And so this could lead to more than 350,000 sector jobs and direct revenues of over $100 billion a year in Canada, as well as reduce our emissions by 45% by 2030 to help us attain those very aggressive net zero 2050 goals. And as I said, the world is moving quickly. Just a few years ago, 16 countries had published hydrogen strategies, but that number is growing by the day. There's more than 27 who have strategy documents drafted and 34 additional countries with hydrogen pilot projects and policy discussions underway. So many jurisdictions are making bold moves, and you can see by the Inflation Reduction Act to the U.S., the billions and trillions of dollars being invested in this energy transition. So it is globally a $10 to $12 trillion economic opportunity that I think Canada needs to play a major role in. And you can see the size of some of those markets, and you can see Japan, Germany, some of those folks have visited here very recently wanting our commodities. And so we're hoping that our federal government will see the light and provide our resources to the neighbors who want them. But locally, hubs like the one in Edmonton and one starting up in Calgary and one in Prince George and a couple out in Sarnia-Lambton, those hubs will produce low-carbon hydrogen based on whatever their unique regional strengths are, whether it's natural or renewable resources, whether it's methane, wind, solar, or hydro, or nuclear. These hubs will be connected through a strong pan-Canadian hydrogen economy along major transportation corridors across Canada and potentially into the US. The value chain is complex and the needs vary for each sector, but the demand sectors will initially need to compete with existing carbon-based energy systems, which will be a challenge. So while decision makers are distributed broadly across the sectors, these hubs are integral to be able to aggregate and coordinate stakeholder conversations so we can coordinate the creation of demand and supply concurrently, basically creating the chicken and the egg at the same time. Because building an energy evolution is not going to be easy. It requires moving at unprecedented speed, setting up ambitious growth targets, and planning multiple steps ahead. And none of that says government. But it is what we need to do as leaders. The challenge is to lead with game-changing ambition, creating markets rather than being spectators, building the appropriate partnerships to ensure scale and secure affordable cost advantages. Hydrogen is a very versatile tool in the global energy mix. You can heat your home with it, you can heat your water, you can run your heavy equipment, and it can also be used to store electricity to help offset the peaks and valleys of renewables as well. So as Canada transitions to a low-carbon economy, demand for zero-carbon technologies and materials will continue to build. And we've had over 100 years to develop our current energy system, and we have mere decades to develop the replacement. Here's a sample of some of the pilot projects and demonstration projects that we're doing to be able to naturalize and socialize some of these technologies. You now see hydrogen buses in Edmonton and Strathcona. You have dual fuel and hydrogen fuel cell heavy haul transportation going up and down the QE2 between Calgary and Edmonton. CP has a hydrogen train engine, and the Edmonton International Airport is transitioning their support fleet to hydrogen. They're working closely with Toyota. And as well, ATCO is doing natural gas blending for heating homes in Fort Saskatchewan. So many active projects, as you can see, and most have direct or indirect links to the hub. We've got, as I said, ATCO blending. We've got, I think I've listed them all there. And obviously there needs to be some training around safety protocols and operator experience. But this is all, one step at a time. But as you can see, it takes a lot of partners to make this stuff happen, and a few $1 million as well. The AMTA, the Alberta Motor Transport Association, has a roadshow mostly addressing non-economic barriers, more around the operational familiarity. But for drivers that have actually been in the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, they are quiet and they're a really nice ride. So although cost is an issue on the front end, there is work to be able to bring those costs down, but there's also dual fuel retrofits that can be added on to existing internal combustion engines. They do actually increase the performance of the engine while simultaneously decreasing your emissions. So there are ways to be able to make these steps one step at a time. So the hub did some techno-economic analysis to determine what the base case would be to be able to drive demand in the system so that we would understand where we needed to have fueling stations and where fleet bases would be. As well, where the natural gas blending gates were, where power generation was, and then existing and potential pure hydrogen pipelines, because right now there's a community called Bremner in Strathcona County. Well, it's not a community, it's a plan on a page, but they actually do want to be Canada's first pure hydrogen community. And so the pipelines are in place and they are in proximity, and they're working closely with ATCO to make that happen. But of course, regulations and policy need to be developed in time to be able to support that. And then to the base case, we looked at the number of Class 8 vehicles in Alberta and the timelines to transitioning those and how many fueling stations we would need. Again, it's going to take some time to describe the future, but it has to be planned out so that it's clear and credible and that there's defined pathways for people to take. The challenge around Class 8 trucks is, there's a few large fleets, but there's also a lot of owner-operators out there. So it's, again, aggregating this disparate demand across sectors is a challenge, but we, again, are busy building relationships every place that we can. And so these are the number of fueling stations that would be needed based on the tonnage and the draw that I outlined in the slide before. And not to get too detailed, but just to be able to understand that there has been some heavy analysis done. And of course, as we all know, pipelines are the cheapest way to transport hydrogen, but we need to come up with interim solutions prior to getting to the point where we have 8 to 10 tons of demand a day with fueling stations around the province. It takes massive coordination and cooperation across jurisdictions, sections, and governments to get this done. And meanwhile, back in Alberta, I'm not sure, maybe this is a refrain you've heard in Saskatchewan before as well, there is much potential for our region in manufacturing, technology, innovation, aviation, and the industries that require these intense fuels, heat and power, like glass, steel, petrochemicals, concrete manufacturing. We're committed to not stranding our assets, our resources, or our people. And the development of a hydrogen-related training is also shifting from only internal training within organizations to post-secondary training institutions, developing micro-credential courses to upskill both the existing workforce for the hydrogen economy. So we hope to get it right the second time around. So as I mentioned earlier, the hub is entering a second phase. We've done a lot of techno-economic analysis. Now it's time to build out credible business cases and to get partners to the table to be able to ask the right levels of government and the right industry for the right amount of dollars at the right time. So we've focused, the key pathways to accelerate demand are heavy transport, focusing on the dual fuel opportunities to grow demand while bringing down emissions in the region, as well residential and commercial heating will focus on blending of natural gas, and then the industrial heat and power for decarbonizing the electrical systems is critical as well. And as I mentioned, using it in cement, aggregate, steel, waste, and petrochemicals. So those were our priorities. Now we'll move on to some of our partnerships. Now, pardon me for not doing all my studying before I got here, but in 2017, the province of Alberta mandated intercollaborative frameworks and interdevelopmental plans between municipalities. So Sturgeon County had 4 interdevelopment plans to be able to work out. We didn't have to do one with the town of Morinville because we are both members of the Growth Management Board, so they've assumed that we've come to certain agreements under that relationship. We had 10 intercollaborative frameworks. Those 10 ICFs were to be able to create sub-agreements around transportation, emergency services, recreation, safety codes, water rates, peace officers, but for the most part, it was around recreation funding. And there's also tied to this are mandatory dispute resolution and arbitration. So if you couldn't work things out amongst yourselves, they would bring somebody in to support that. We did get all of our homework done in time and work to have those renewals coming up in 2025 and 2026. We've also, as I mentioned, recreation, we give the base $300,000 a year to support their pool and their recreation facilities, and in return, our residents get a discount rate on memberships, and that gives you access to their gun range, to their, they have a mechanic's garage, they've got a ton of great utilities out there, including a big pool and a massive gym, so that's gone over quite well. In total, we do contribute $2.5 million to the recreation facilities in the 5 towns in Sturgeon County and neighboring city of St. Albert. So as well, we have a number of, as I mentioned, hamlets, and those hamlets have indoor facilities, and most of those are reaching the 50 and 60-year mark, and we're seeing the horizon of several millions of dollars to be requested for capital investment in the coming years, which of course then leads to increased operational requirements after that. And the challenge is figuring out as a rural municipality what is an appropriate service level for us, but how we fund a higher service level in our neighboring municipalities. We've also worked out fire service agreements out of the 5 fire halls. 2 of them are standalone independent fire halls that we pay a fee for service, and the other 3 are integrated, where they own the buildings that they built on their own a few, sometimes decades ago, but we own the equipment inside and the staff work for us, and so there's some good synergies there for sure. The Sturgeon Regional Partnership is a relationship with the 5 towns to try to find some service efficiencies. Some of them contract out their assessment. We have a full assessment department. We have some larger purchasing power around procurement. We have a procurement department. So we're looking for ways to not take over their autonomy or their identity, but to be able to offer a higher level of service without anybody having to spend any more money than they already are. As well, there's a collaborative economic development organization. It's the same 13 members that are members of the Edmonton Metro Regional Board, but at the Edmonton Metro Regional Board, the EMRB, we had about a 2-year discussion to develop a shared investment for shared benefit framework. And we couldn't come to an agreement there fast enough. So some of the mayors stepped away and created this side table, which is now the Collaborative Economic Development Framework, and it's an optional partnership, whereas the EMRB's partnership was not optional. And recently, the government gave $450,000 for us to come up with an appropriate framework. So we'll see how that goes. Another collaborative that Sturgeon County is working on is the Solid Waste Collaborative. And you can see the list of partners here who have recently signed a non-binding memorandum of understanding to be able to understand our waste streams and to understand how best to use technologies to potentially create some revenues. The EMRB also has a solid waste collaborative, but that larger body can sometimes move more slowly. And because we are a member of the Rose Ridge Waste Management Service Commission, and they are expanding their landfill closer to one of our larger country residential subdivisions, we thought maybe it was time to look at different technologies other than just landfilling. And so we are investing in a independent third-party consultant to look at technologies, to look at the tonnage that we have potentially available, and to help us understand what some of the technologies could be that would be able to assist us in potentially creating, whether it's biodiesel. There's a number of things you can use with waste depending on the technology you use to deal with it. We're looking at potential capital expenditures, depending on the technology, between $40 to $300 million of investment. But we think it's a good discussion worth having. And so you've heard me refer to the EMRB. This is the growth plan that was developed in 2017. These discussions started, actually the growth plan used to be about 14 different plans that were kind of ratified around 2010, and then 2017 they decided to take all of those plans and put it into one major plan. So the region does cover a large area. Nearly 160 square kilometers of land. By densifying our communities and stopping urban sprawl, we will save 160 square kilometers of land and potentially $5 billion of investment over the next 30 years. So again, we're mandated to be there. It is a great way to get to understand what's going on in your region, but it does take time, and it takes resources. And as I mentioned earlier, it does take some patience when it comes to trying to do some economic development initiatives that need to be able to meet the approval of your neighbors. The makeup of that board, there's 4 counties, 2 towns, 6 cities, and then the major city of Edmonton. So the voting structure is such that nothing can pass without the support of the City of Edmonton. It's a double majority voting structure, so 2/3 of the population and 2/3 of the board members have to vote in favor of anything to pass. You can see also the outline of the metropolitan core. That small green dot is the City of Edmonton. Then the metropolitan area is the surrounding urban dwellers closer to the downtown core, and then of course the rural areas, the 4 counties surrounding that rural core. And so these are the focuses of the Growth Management Board. We have also churned out some great work that's been beneficial to have. We did an integrated regional transportation master plan. So we charted out where we wanted to see provincial dollars invested in major roadways in and around the region. And we actually had to invest in updating the very modeling that the province even used. So they do benefit from the work that we do. In fact, they liked our IRTMP so much, they're using that as a basis for their 50-year infrastructure transportation plan in and around the area as well. So there's a $3 million budget to this board. The province did start with, I believe they used to give $3 million annually, but it's a sliding scale down to 0. We are currently receiving $1.5 million from the government, and by 2026, that funding ends. So at that time, we need to decide whether we're going to scale down the scope of work or whether we get a bill. And of course, majority rules, so if 9 folks at the table are okay with an increase, then we'll get a bill and we'll need to pay it. But you can see halfway up that tier, the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan has jurisdictional oversight over our MDPs, our ASPs, and our LUBs. So certainly for the folks who've been dealing with 15-minute communities, they've had some interest in the hierarchy of the decision-making process here. So new partnerships that Sturgeon County's been working on. This is a photo of myself and Chief George Arcan Jr. He's just the past Grand Chief of Treaty 6, and he had the pleasure of hosting the Pope when the Pope paid his visit to the area. We signed a historical agreement in August of this past year, a relationship agreement outlining how we will communicate and support one another going forward. As well, we have the Michelle First Nation, which is I believe the only First Nation in Canada to be enfranchised in 1958. So they have very little land left, but they are still an important partner. And we have them at the table, both Alexander First Nation and the Michelle First Nation, as well as the Lac St. Anne Métis Nation, are members of the Villeneuve Landing Network Economic Development Group. We do think it's really important to interface and to be able to have strong relationships with our First Nations. And as well, they have businesses that they want to be able to do business with the county, and so through our procurement services, we've been able to strengthen that business relationship. Because the First Nations population is growing 4 times faster than the Canadian national average. They are opening businesses 9 times faster than the Canadian national average, but less than half of their population that is eligible to work is actually employed. So we have labor constraints, and we have needs in their communities. And so I think as we can learn to work together and create economic reconciliation, it's better for all of our communities. Another partnership that I'm very proud of is a life-saving partnership. Very recently, Sturgeon County was awarded the distinction of having their logo put on STARS Air Ambulance. We're the first municipality in central Alberta to give over $550,000. And that was a decision of council over 15 years ago when the ambulances were shifting out of the area. They just took the dollars that were going towards the ambulances and put them towards STARS. So for a fairly small municipality, we're pleased to be able to partner with STARS 2018, they landed 11 times in Sturgeon County, and in 2022, they landed 22 times. I don't think there was necessarily an increase in accidents necessarily, but a decrease in ambulance service to rural municipalities, and that's a real problem that we're trying to resolve. But currently, we're providing through STARS, and we're happy to do so. And in fact, I learned something that day when we were at their hangar. I thought they just landed out in rural communities, but they got a call while we were there, and I found out later they landed in the city of Edmonton. And then through a conversation later, I found out that not long ago they'd landed at an intersection in the town of Morinville. So they go wherever they're needed. And so just to summarize, I would like to say everybody in the room is well aware that being a leader is never easy. Political cycles are very short, and economic cycles tend to be long, and it's difficult to interface government and industry in a healthy, beneficial, and efficient, cost-effective way. But we are working to do that. But this time does call, I do believe, because of the rate of change around us and the global shift of economics and allies, it does call for radical collaboration at home. And it calls for bold action in our relationships. It calls for us trying to understand our neighbors' and partners' needs. And it also calls on us to be able to very clearly articulate what our needs are so that we can build the trust that's necessary to be able to chart a way forward for our residents. Because if you drive in and around the metro region, you don't know when you leave one community and enter the next, and I'm sure it's the very same here. Our residents just want to be able to pay their bills and dodge an appropriate amount of potholes getting from home to work. So I appreciate the time that you've given me today, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. Although, because most of you are assessors in the room, I'll probably have to take them back and get back to you at a later date. But I really just appreciate the conversation and the information that you've shared with me today, and I hope you found some value in what I've brought to you. Thank you. I did provide a video for any of you that are interested that can potentially play it now. It's a bit of just a rundown of some of what's happening in Sturgeon County. It's just a couple minutes long, but you might find it interesting if they want to hit it. And if you're not interested, go to the bathroom. If you are interested, maybe stick around and watch. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Natu. I think to say that your county is diversified is an understatement. Like sitting here thinking, I wonder what she does in her spare time. I missed a few of our SAMA employees when we were just after lunch here. I see Andrew Workman's back there. He's the head of our technical standards. And Brad Austin's back there, and he is the head of the Human Resource Department. At this time on the agenda, it calls for the board to come up here and do a question and answer. If you'd just like to come up. If you have questions, we'll entertain those. If not, we'll just do comments from the board members. While we're waiting, I can think of a short story. A little 8-year-old girl ran into her mother and said, Mom, you told me we came from Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Dad says we evolved from apes. Which is it? She said, I was talking about my family. He's talking about his. If there's any questions on the Slido app, those watching online, you can put those up too. If not, come to the microphone, just say who you are, and we'll entertain the questions. If not, I'll just start off with Audrey, if you have a comment or anything for everybody. It's a mic. Do you want to turn the mic on for Audrey? Is there a switch?
There it is. Okay. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Audrey Trombley, and I am appointed by the provincial government as a member of the SAMA board. I enjoy my work with the SAMA board and this great group of people that we have as staff in SAMA. They're wonderful to work with. I'd like to also acknowledge the people that are at home. I know these rooms used to be much fuller, but now with the option of having the online, it makes it easier for people to be able to attend and still be in their office. So thanks for coming, and for those of you online, thanks for being with us today.
Okay, Randy?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Mayor Natu, for your presentation. It really makes us think around this room about the potential and what we can do in our own municipalities, but also the potential for working together. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciated that. And I just want to say, Councillor Looning and I have both worked very hard bringing more education and awareness around assessment to our urban municipalities, and we will continue to do that at our upcoming convention in 2 weeks' time. We will have presentations. We've been doing webinars. We've been doing things in our municipal voice, and anything else as you can think of, please let us know on how we can work together to bring awareness of the assessment, the importance of it, and understanding of it, because there's always challenges. To say it's complicated, I think is a simple way to put it, but to understand it and what it brings to each one of our municipalities, that's how we get our revenue, our majority of our revenue. So please, if you're at home and you wake up one night thinking, oh, assessment, and I know everyone does that, right? Let us know if there's anything else that we can provide for growing the knowledge base of it. So thank you for being here. I look forward to hearing from you, because I know many of you wake up thinking assessment.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Myron?
Thanks for that, Randy. I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the great people that we work with here at SAMA. You've met some of them today, and you know, it's not always an easy business to be in, because there's criticism every day. You just can't make everybody happy with some of the decisions we make and stuff. But you know, right down to our staff and our executive and the board of directors, everybody handles it professionally and with respect to the people that are complaining. And like I said, it's not always an easy thing to do, but you know, I just really respect the way and thank everybody for the way they handle the tough situations we get into sometimes, and I think that's well worth knowing.
Thank you, Myron. Dawn? Pull the mic up.
Well, thank you, everybody, for being here. Sorry, I took a bio break. I didn't realize I was supposed to be up here. It's you know, it's nice to see everybody in person too, right? You know, that we've gotten through COVID and whatever, and here we are in person again. I just want to thank the staff, the SAMA staff, and all of you for doing the good work that you do around the province. And I don't usually do this, but I'm going to share this with you anyways and tell you that this is a great way to spend your birthday at a SAMA AGM. That's me.
Well, happy birthday, Dawn.
Richard?
Yes, so I'm Richard Marlowe, and I'm entering my second year, or just completed my second year on the board. So last year in Saskatoon, I wasn't quite too sure what to say, because I didn't have enough experience. This time around, I guess probably just highlight some of the things that I guess I'm cognizant of, or as a SARM representative on the board. And I'd like to echo some of the things that Myron had said in his presentation regarding funding and the provincial portion. It's kind of disconcerting when we're sitting in the boardroom and trying to budget and plan for things going forward, when you know that the municipalities have stepped up and the province hasn't. So that's one of the concerns, especially in light of where we're at with in the collective bargaining agreement and negotiating for wages. everybody's experiencing those inflation pressures, so that's something that we're cognizant of at the board table. And then also, one of the things I'd like to add is that, there are, opportunities for SAMA to provide services as well to the First Nations as they go forward in their governance and looking after their property, looking after establishing their tax base. There's an opportunity for SAMA to provide services to the First Nations, but that's obviously a work in progress on that.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Jim?
Yeah, it's always great being last. All the intelligent stuff has been said by the time it gets to the end here. But been on the board for 15 years, and it's been a great group to work with, and it's been fun watching how the whole assessment process has evolved over that time. And we've gone to more technology in the tablets in the field. And my background, I spent 42 years in a municipal office, and we went decades where assessment really didn't change. The values were the same. There was never any issues, and it went along very smoothly. Can't be said for the last 10, 12 years. A lot more challenges, a lot more demands from municipalities and ratepayers, and we do our best to address that. Have to touch on our staff and employees, our management group. We're so fortunate to have the people working for us that do. We're a people organization. It's what makes our organization go, and we're blessed with a great bunch. So anyway, glad everybody came, and I hope you enjoyed the day today.
Thank you, Jim. John Wagner, as I said earlier, I'm one of the rural reps. We have a few things like in agriculture. We're quite happy with the productivity model we're using in ag right now. It seems to work good. We have very few appeals. Anything that is there is physical data. It's nothing to do with values usually. So that end of it works good. And we really want to keep that. We're also pushing to keep the 4-year cycle. We like it. It's although ag would be one of the cheapest ones to change. If you had to, we just change a productivity value rating and it flows through the whole system. Commercial to me is still a problem. We still have a lot of appeals there. We're still working on it. It's the board well knows I keep hammering away on it, but we will keep pushing, see if we can't get a simpler system there. So basically that's all I have to say today. So any questions for any of the board here? Anyone? Yes, just go to the mic, please.
Thank you. Well, Regina from the Saskatchewan Realtors Association again. I just had a question. Our membership has reported, some of our realtor members have reported assessment issues to us coming out of Moose Jaw, especially to do with commercial properties. And there's been a lot of news coverage in their local paper. There's been some activists on YouTube, with some videos and stuff like that. And my understanding is that a quality assurance audit did occur for that by SAMA. Can you guys just comment to the benefit of the room, what's happening there and that sort of thing?
I can call Todd. Do you want to come up to talk to that one? It's to do with the cap rates and all that with Moose Jaw, right? Are you talking about secondary audit or just the primary?
Both.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I'll just speak to the secondary audit. And, we did look at that. Our quality assurance division looked at that. And it just was not the place for a secondary audit. It's not. We do have an appeal process in place that if you're an individual and you don't agree with the assessment on your property, then the way to handle that is through, first of all, go to the Board of Revision, appeal your property taxes, go to the Board of Revision, and then you can move up into the SMB or a Court of Appeal. And that's a process that's legislated in place to handle that. When it comes to a secondary audit, that's a whole different ballgame again. That's when a municipality or somebody is not complying to the legislation to do to handle their assessments properly. That's a whole different ballgame. So that just didn't apply. The secondary audit didn't apply in this case. Yeah.
Do you want to come up here? Yeah.
Thank Thank you, John. Thank you for your question. And I think the comment I'll talk about is you'd mentioned some of the property assessment concerns in Moose Jaw and the commercial properties. So as was mentioned by Myron, there is an appeal process, and through the appeal process, there were some concerns brought forward about the commercial assessment valuation models in Moose Jaw, pertaining mainly to the models that we do on the income approach to value. And what we did, we looked at what we learned through the appeal process in 2022, and some of the case law things that Sean was talking about this morning that came forward over the last year. And we reviewed, we do it every year. We check our valuation models for concerns, if there are any. We've reviewed our models, and for 2023, we've developed a new commercial valuation model in Moose Jaw, which we provided the values to the city. And the city's working through that process now, and the process will be for the city of Moose Jaw to send out assessment notices when they open their roll, and then we'll be available to speak with any property owner about assessment changes when they get their assessment notice. So hope that answers your question.
It does. I just, as a follow-up, was there a major change between the previous model and the new model?
There have been some changes in the model. We looked at some different groupings of different types of commercial businesses, and there's a factor called a capitalization rate. There's been some changes in the model based on the cap rate, so that will affect the assessments in some sectors of the commercial assessments compared to others.
And is that for Moose Jaw only, or is it going to affect other jurisdictions?
That's just for Moose Jaw only, yeah.
Okay, thank
you. For 2023, yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank our board for being here. We'll move on then. Okay. Andrew Workman, our Director of Technical Standards, has a presentation here on the 2025 reval and the initial trends. So I'll have Andrew come up.
That is a great photo. I'm not allowed to have the mustache anymore because my wife says I look like the Pringles man. Sorry, I'm a little winded from the stairs. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Andrew Workman. I'm the director. I'll get it out. I'm the Director of Technical Standards in Technical Standards and Policy under Sean Cooney, who you've heard from today. In my previous life at SAMA, I was the industrial manager for more years than I'd like to count, and before that I was an industrial appraiser, so I spent a great deal of time traipsing around the province. So my presentation is on assessment trends, and I know it's all exciting times and everybody's just super eager for all of that, but I would like to put a caveat out before I get underway. Every time I start one of these, if it's the first time I've given a presentation to a group, there are no tough questions allowed. I mean, you can ask questions, just no hard ones, please. So keep that in mind as we go forward. So with that, here's the agenda. Just in brief, I'm going to go over the 2025 major milestones, how the trends are prepared, the regulated property trends, and market value property trends, followed up by those easy softball questions that you're going to lob my way. Also, I tend to speak too fast, so if I am going too quickly, by all means, throw a hand up, flag me down, let me know. But with that, here is our roadmap to 2025. This is the steps we need to get there. As was already mentioned, the manual approval is in progress right now. So far, we haven't heard any questions back from government, so we assume that's all underway and well in hand. I'm also pleased to say that market analysis has begun. We're underway with that as well. So our good folks in assessment services are working hard to get the values together and ready for implementation in 25. When we hit April 1st of 2024, We've heard this date. This will be the numbers out to the province for preliminary values. It will also be a key date for municipalities because we'll be sending you the preliminary trends as well. So really critical for us to do that. Once we get through sending out those numbers, the final market analysis, then we'll get the percentage of value from government. That occurs around the October 2024 timeframe, but no pressure, you know, somewhere in there. We'll apply those percentages of value, then the banners will unfurl, the horns will blow, the parade will begin, and we will have final values for January 1 of 2025, which in technical standards and policy and assessment services is a very exciting time for us. So we're all working hard to make that happen. So keep in mind as I go through these today that the trends are for SAMA only. We don't have independent service provider data, and we're looking at 2019 to 2023. And we're going to use the SAR, or the sales to assessment ratio. And so the SAR is going to compare the new values in 2023 to 2019. So it's that 4-year window for the comparison that we're looking at. As we look, you're going to see two types of trends. The first is the regulated trends. These are really cost-based trends. And so what they do is they take the cost of the item, and that's what the assessment increase is related to. As opposed to the sales, we look at the sales that have occurred over those 4 years, look towards the base date, and that's where we snap the line for the increases. And of course, we do use filters in the data. We want to remove the highs and the lows to make sure that, you know, we're looking at the best source of data as we deliver these preliminary trends. Again, we're very early in the process. These are preliminary. So you're all thinking, wow, Andrew, it would be really great if you had an example of how an SAR was calculated. Look at that. So this is a really simple slide and calculation, and it's basically the sale price divided by the assessment. And so the example below, if we divide a sale price that occurred by the current assessment, 375 divided by 300, we come out with a factor, or an SAR, of 1.25. So I was going to make a numerator and denominator joke in here, but I was worried only a fraction of you would get it. My jokes don't get any better, I'm sorry. It's an interesting story about this slide. I recently gave it to the commercial advisories, and one of our board members found an error in it live into the meeting, so I'm pleased to say that I've corrected it now. And where's Richard? Richard, it's good now? It's good to go? Thank you. So with that, I'll get right into some of the trends we're seeing, and the first two are the ags. Now, these are regulated, but they're what I call market touchers. So they're regulated properties, but we do calibrate them against sales. And you can see that those two are going up on the order of 40%. Railway is going up 19%, pipeline is 36%, heavy industrial improvements, the buildings, are going from 18 to 26, heavy industrial land from 20 to 32, mine RPE, or resource production equipment, is 31%, and oil and gas RPE is up 22%. So you'll notice in there that there's a couple that have ranges, and the first is the heavy industrial improvements. That's a reflection of different building types. So you might have a heavy industrial warehouse or manufacturing, you might have just a warehouse, you might have an office. It's the combination of all those structure types. Same thing for heavy industrial land. Those are prescribed in the manual, and there's 3 types, low, medium, and high. And finally, when we look at oil and gas and mining, and I'll use mining as an example, it can be a combination of heavy industrial improvements, heavy industrial land, and equipment. So to say that a mine is going to go up X% isn't actually going to work because it'll be a unique combination of equipment, buildings, and land. So here are the main categories that SAMA tracks. There are 8 major categories from the province, and SAMA does an additional 3, and those are oil and gas, mining, and elevator. And so if we look to the left of the white line are the sales-based trends, to the right are the cost-based trends. So the cost ones have no market influence, the ones to the left do have market influence. You can see that residential is going up 1.09, seasonal 1.25, multifamily is steady, and then the 2 ags, and on the final one, before the bar, 1.15 for commercial. The only difference from the previous slide is the addition of elevator, and that's also going up 1.40. So for my presentation today, this is probably the key slide, the most important one, but I did have to fill a half hour, so I have more slides. We'll have to keep going. This is a similar slide, but it's a relative comparison to the previous base date. So the 2021 multiple, the number you're seeing there, is comparing to 4 years prior. It's actually comparing to the 2017, and then of course we see the 21, and now we've overlaid the 2025 on top of it. What we like to see, especially as policy folks and trend folks, is we don't want huge spikes. We don't want to see the doubling of properties. You know, ag went up some 2 times a few revaluations ago. Oil and gas went up 1.8 times a few revaluations ago. Really, this is nice data for us. This is simple to explain. Everybody goes up relatively the same, pluses and minuses, but neither here nor there. So, there is strength in numbers, but organizing the numbers is really the challenge. And I'll share a story with you. I'm about halfway. How are we doing? Are we all, everybody still? I got everybody? Okay, that's good. I promised excitement and I'm going to deliver. When my children were younger, they had a birthday party at a theater, and as you can probably tell, I'm very vocal, loud, and so I thought I was going to organize all of these kids and get them in line, and I started shouting, maybe a little bit of swearing to try to get them through the concession line. Some kids started crying. I lost one kid. One kid didn't get popcorn. We were late for the movie. And so they had the strength in the numbers, but I couldn't organize, was really what it came down to. So that was the Halfway Cafe, if you're from Davidson. Anyone from Davidson? No? All right. Just a bit of a trigger warning. I do have a little bit of graphic content coming your way. Very clever, very clever. Okay, so let's remember that for these ones we're talking about at the base date. We're showing a trend line and a scatter of data, but really that white line at the end is the base date that we're targeting. And we can see for arable, we had lots of sales. It's nice, tight data, although we do see seasonal variations in there, right? But overall, the trend is moving up. Interestingly, on the last revaluation, it was the same trend, almost. It was coming up towards the base date and ultimately has carried right through. We find a similar thing when we look at the non-arable trend. Again, last base date, it was coming up. It's also coming up this time, but we do see a little bit more dispersion at the end of this one, right? We do have fewer sales. The sales for non-arable tend to be not as clean or not as good for use as the arable sales, and we can kind of see that reflected in the data. But remember, the white line at the end is the key. The base date is what we're driving towards right now. Well, actually, we passed the base date. We were driving towards the base date. We've hit it. Here's the residential property trends. Again, this is another set of nice, tight data. The line goes through it very well. I would say the last revaluation, residential was trending down, and we've seen an uptick coming the other way. So it almost kind of troughed and has since rebounded. But I'd like to point out 2 things here that are really interesting. Yeah, they're interesting. I was going to say they're really cool, but minus 36 is about where COVID hit. And we can see in the data that there was, in fact, a little bit of dip in the property values. And so what it also shows is that it's recovered, right? So we hit the minus 36 in the COVID, and then we've seen that trend line continue upwards in property value. If we look right at the base date and a little bit past the base date, we can see some uncertainty starting to creep into the numbers, right? We can see it in the data. And so is that a reflection of interest rates, uncertainty, inflation? We don't know. And unfortunately, we don't have enough data to tell us. And again, we're looking for the base date, so this will be data that's carried forward to the next revaluation. So these are resorts specifically pulled out. And you can see the kind of minus 36, a little bit of a blip in there again. Up higher and a little stronger than the overall residential. Is that likely because for traveling there was a captive audience for 3 years? There's a very good chance of it. And the data past the base date actually doesn't really tell us anything. We've got one low, one high, so we'll have to wait and see where that goes. What it does show us, though, is that trend moving steady. And then finally, we have the commercial trends. We would expect the data here to be more dispersed, as you can see, right? There's a whole bunch of different property types in the commercial sector. Gas stations, convenience stores, grocery stores, all manner of things trade. And this is a reflection, which we see in the data, of that dispersion. And so we're able to fit a line through this. Gary's also done a lot of work with commercial cost forms, mailing those out, getting those back. But again, more dispersion and much fewer sales than we would have encountered in residential and agricultural. So this one is kind of individual area types broken out on average over the 4 years so that you can see relative to other areas, what did the assessment do? So this one isn't necessarily driving a base date. This one is, sorry, I thought I heard a train. This one is driving an average over the 4 years, and that's kind of what it's showing us. And I do have some examples here. So an example of a city would be Yorkton, you know, probably Melville. Is Melville a city? Melville's a city. In a town, we'd see something like Port Coupel. Medium to small would be a Chaplin. Bedroom community could be like a Dalmany or a Chamberlain. Resort communities, Tobin Lake, Christopher Lake, and a northern community would be something like Creighton or Jan Lake. And so again, this is a 4-year look overall at the data. And so this next slide is actually my favorite. And this is my dad joke graph, and my humor level increases directly with the age of my children. And so I told my son this, and he said, "Oh yeah, who developed the scale?" And I said, "Well, of course I did." And he said, "Well, what you should have graphed was how funny I find you, and it would have gone the other way and made a big X." Because my son is a jerk, in case you hadn't noticed. But really, I included this to show you what it looks like when I'm left to my own devices. There are a number of people in technical standards who work very hard to make me look good when I'm standing up here going over graphs and explaining things. I spoke with one of our staff yesterday, and I'm embarrassed to say that I was smarter after having talked to her because she gave me an education. Yeah, some days I'm like Homer Simpson at the nuclear plant, I suppose. But, so we invented a system to cope with the fact that we're so intrinsically bad at numbers, and it's called a graph. And so there's a whole lot of talk about correlation and causation, and what do the trends look like, and what does the base date look like, and what does that one data point mean in relation to everything else. And I was out having a smoke with the good folks who are smokers earlier today, and we were commenting on the weather, and I think this presentation has been fire. It's been so good that I'm going to make a prediction. In 2 weeks, it's going to warm up. That's, I think I can draw that conclusion from the data that we have on hand. Okay, 3/4 of the way. I think we're all still good, so I'm going to roll along. So this is the reporting that we'll be sending to you for the trending data. And we're going to give you a snapshot of the 2025, a look ahead, and it's going to contain detailed assessed value change report, an assessed value trend report by tax class, and a taxable assessed value trend. So this will be about the 4th time you've heard it today, the trends, the preliminary values. In a best case scenario, there's 8 or 9 months from the preliminary trends when you get them to when the revaluation starts. So, you know, if you could go over the numbers and have a look for any of those issues. See if you can find a hotspot. See if something doesn't line up. You know your communities the best yourselves. So we can address things, but only if we have time to do so, right? We'd like to be proactive as opposed to reactive. So this is what they're going to look like. This is one from the previous revaluation. As you can see, this is 100% of value or assessed value. It has relative to the province on the trend, so you can see the provincial trend, your municipal trend, and then you can see it graphically at the bottom. So will these numbers change? Almost certainly. These are a guess trend that we're working towards. There could be physical characteristics, there could be new properties, maintenance, reinspection, all of those things could be going on in your individual municipality. However, it's a good early look to see where you're headed. This is the second part of it, and this now has the taxable. It doesn't compare to the province, but it's the same idea, right? And it has also the exempt, including this one. This one, the graph is relative to the municipal level, shows you what you're doing in and amongst yourselves. Oh, all right, everybody's second favorite slide. So, the trends. Trends are showing an increase across the board. We think they're relatively moderate. It's a good news story for us. As I said, there's not the huge one sector going up 2 times while someone's dropping. The arable and non-arable is increasing by 40%, as well as the elevators. And of course, as I just mentioned, the updated trends coming out after April 1st of 2024. And finally, everybody's favorite slide, because I am done. Barring any questions, which I am happy to take as long as they're easy. Well, don't all rush to the microphone. It's time for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We're going to move on to the assessment jurisdictions updates from the city of Prince Albert, Regina, Saskatoon, and Swift Current. So Vanessa, Steve, Bryce, Julianne, if you'd like to come up here. Do you have something? Oh. I'll call on you, Vanessa, first from Prince Albert. So, Vanessa Vaughn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vanessa Vaughn, the City Assessor for the City of Prince Albert. I'm here today to give you an update on what's happening within our jurisdiction. So there's myself, and I have 5 appraisers. I have 1 licensed appraiser and 4 unlicensed appraisers. They're working towards their education and getting their certification with our SAAA association. So I directly mentor them myself and spend time training them in the field and in the office. We've had a bit of restructuring going on within our City Hall, and part of that was a number of years ago, assessment was removed outside of the, to be outside of the finance department, and we've now moved back into the finance department and are located on the main floor within that department. And there was some streamlining that was done within the department and everything. So we've joined our department back. So in our assessment office, we're really building a team environment and for the future. I have my 3 newest appraisers are younger individuals, so we're really focused on building a quality team of appraisers, very hands-on training, and they're very included in our processes. So I'm really able to witness their growth and hear the conversations that they have amongst each other. So I'm finding it very, very interesting and noticing that they're learning a lot. So that's all positive. So an example of something that we do is last year through the appeal process, we would go over, they would spend time observing the appeals, and they helped reading the appeal submissions because with them having very little knowledge at that point about assessment, especially commercial appeals, because they haven't learned how to do commercial assessment yet. If they can understand the appeal submission, then our Board of Revision and the appellant will also understand that appeal submission. So then they would observe the hearings, and we would actually meet afterwards, and we would discuss the appeal, how it went, what we thought the outcome could end up being, where we could improve for the following year. And so getting their new perspective on it was very helpful as well and will help us become stronger in that area going forward. We felt we had a pretty successful 2021 and 2022 year. We had very lower amounts of appeals compared to the 2017 reval in 2021. And we spent more time doing communication. We added more content onto our website, and we're spending more time educating the public as well as our council. Something we recently completed here in 2022 was our residential assessment video, and I would actually like to share that with you. It's just a couple minutes long, so. My 3 newer appraisers I convinced to be a part of this with me, so it was a team thing that we did, and we ended up taking what was the most frequently asked questions that they were getting from the property owners within the City of Prince Albert and putting it into the videos. So they can hear it from our video, and hopefully it will help eliminate those questions coming to us directly all the time. So it was working when Peter tried it the other day. Okay, sure. Okay.
Hello, I'm Vanessa Vaughn, the City Assessor for the City of Prince Albert. We come to inspect properties due to permit inspections that have occurred to the Planning and Development Department, sales inspections if you've sold your property to ensure the physical data is correct at the time of sale, and we do general reinspection work of a specific property type or area of the city. We need the information from the property to ensure that we can develop a fair, accurate, and equitable assessment value, ensuring our data is current and up to date. The information we need when we come to your property is to confirm the year built, the square footage, areas for the house, the garage, decks, any closed verandas, open verandas, etc. We look for basement finish, the number of plumbing fixtures in the property, to name a few of them. We analyze all of this information through a sales comparison approach, and we use the multiple regression method to take the sale price and test all these physical characteristics. We would always like to be allowed into the property when we come to your home, but not always are we granted access, and that is okay. But we do ask that when we do come, we will still complete an exterior inspection of the property, and we will leave you with an interior description form that we ask to fill out and please return to our office. We are confident we have got your assessed value right. But if you believe you have identified an error, we would like to hear from you first. If you don't agree with your assessed value, we ask that you can then contact the assessment office to have your property information reviewed with you. We will go over all the physical data to make sure that that is correct. If you just still don't agree with your assessment value, there is the opportunity to appeal your assessment. There is almost 50 years of assessment experience in our department, and I am proud of that. Contact us at 306-953-4320, extension 2.
So we're really trying to focus on the right messages to communicate out. We're spending more time working on educating property owners versus seeing the number of increases of appeals. And we're trying to spend more time educating on assessment versus taxation. We're working on more information to provide working with the public and having those conversations and providing guidance through the process. Really taking the time to explain our processes to property owners. So here's some of the beautiful sights of our city that we get to enjoy. We have an assessment roll of about $3,657 million of approximately 13,000 properties. For 2023, we did have an increase in appeals. We ended up with 72 appeals that have been filed, and that's due to an SMB decision from 2022 coming through when our roll opened for 2023. So some appeals were filed, and we're looking at majority of those being able to be handled through agreements to adjust. We're continually looking at doing with our reinspection program, our yearly sales that we have to inspect that have occurred, and any general re-inspections that we do of a specific neighborhood or property type. So this year we're doing and reviewing our condo properties within the city. So all the property are physically inspected, are physically measured to ensure accuracy and everything, and we photograph all of our properties, and we use mail out forms to help get information back from property owners as well. So for 2023, we delivered our annual permit changes and any re-inspection changes throughout 2022. The roll opened January 11th, and it closed on February 10th, and we'll deliver 2 supplementary rolls this year as well. We're continuously looking for improvement, and for the 2025 reval, we're looking at finally being able to move our commercial valuation from the cost approach to the income approach. So then we'll be, hopefully, some of the other major cities that are on the income approach have worked out all of the issues through the appeals that it will be smoother sailing for us. I can only hope. We have lots of exciting things happening in the city of Prince Albert. We have our yard district. So the lots have been selling there pretty good. This is where our aquatics and our arenas are being built. So that was a huge investment by the city, and it's being really looked forward to. So yeah, the whole entertainment hub is happening around that, and work is being done to work towards the new WHL arena. So the groundbreaking was on July 28th, 2022, and they actually are updates on our website with overviews of that construction over the phases of it. So the public can always get an idea, and this is kind of an image of what it looked like last year, but over the winter they were updating some imagery and providing updates on the status of that arenas and aquatic development. We also, the government had announced our Victoria Hospital expansion. There's been, over the last couple of years, and they continue to do updates to the corrections facilities. Paper Excellence is looking at reopening our mill, and they've been working on changes that are going to be coming on that. One Sky Forest Products is looking at opening up an OSB plant. There's been an announcement from First Nations University about building a new northern campus. Métis Nation is looking at an office building and a childcare facility. There's preliminary work that has come into planning and development on a new K-12 Francophone school that the province had also announced. And there's some new residential multi-res development complex that are coming in. And right now, planning and development has for 2 buildings, which is about 117 units, with the potential of a 3rd complex there too. So our main challenge right now is with having newer staff is getting those sales inspections all done by August 2023. So we have all of our physical data correct, and we can move very easily into our modeling and trying to get our modeling completed by April 1 of 2024. That is all I have. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Vanessa. Now I'll call on Steve Ward from the City of Regina.
Well, good afternoon. Greetings from the City of Regina. I think something's wrong on this.
The arrow.
They're not working.
Not working.
No. Anyways, I'll start, and hopefully the slide will catch up. So, first thing I want to talk about is what's new in Regina. Oh. There we go. What's new in Regina? Well, last night was a big event at the Brandt Center. I was hoping I was going to be able to stand in front of you guys and tell you that Connor Bedard and the Pats beat up on the Saskatoon Blades last night, and we would have gone up 3-0 in the series. But that didn't happen. So tonight, another game, 2-1 for the I guess 2-1 for Connor Bedard is basically what I call it. He's basically the team for Regina. Anyways, that's what's new in Regina. We've got a great playoff series on the go with our counterparts up north. Getting on to other things, our new city manager, Nikki Anderson. She became the new city manager in November of 2022. She comes to us from Edmonton, Alberta, with loads of experience, 20 years of experience in senior leadership roles in both public and private enterprise. I want to talk a little bit about the Catalyst Committee report, development opportunities. These are things that are potentially going to happen in the city of Regina. Kind of excited that there's going to be some potential development. But City Council didn't want to move forward on this until they heard from actual residents of the city. So they put out a online survey to find out from the actual public citizens what do they actually want for development. So the report was released in February of 2023, and City Council just last week or 2 weeks ago just finalized these are the 5 things that they're going to concentrate on within the next number of years. There's no timelines associated with them, but first off, they're going to start with a new vehicular trail system in the downtown, which will coordinate a trail system between the exhibition grounds, the agricultural grounds, with the rail yards, and with the downtown. So that's the first thing that they've got on the go. The next thing is a new aquatic center for the downtown. We currently have a Lawson Center, which is aging, approximately 50 years old, and they're looking at potentially rebuilding on the same lands adjacent to the current structure. So these are all great ideas and great initiatives. The next thing is a new library, and I'll combine the library and the new arena together because I think we're going to try to follow what Edmonton did a few years back when they developed the Rogers Center, and they took somewhat of a depressed area of the city and built this new arena and completely revitalized it. That's what we're hoping to do with the library and the new arena that's potentially going to be planned for our downtown. And then also, the last thing is the new baseball stadium, which will be located on the old railway yards. Once again, this is the list of priorities. There's no money yet, and that's the big thing, is to go out there and find the public money. But City Council at least wanted to be organized in the sense that we know what our priorities are, so these are some of the things that potentially we're going to see in the near future. What's new in property assessment? Well, there's a few things going on. In 2022, the flexible work location arrangement was put in place, And basically, we have a hybrid system where staff are able to work 3 days in the office and 2 days at home. So far, it's worked out really well. We've had a number of our assessment staff choose or opt to do this. It has created, I'll be honest, it's created a few problems for us in the sense that, you know, when you walk down the hallway and you look in an office and you see, where's so-and-so today? And are they out sick? Are they home working? Are they on vacation? So it's a little bit of an issue in the sense that you never really know where your staff are. So what we did is outside everyone's office, we have identified the days that they're working from home, so you'll automatically know when someone's working at home rather than out on vacation. So it's a little thing that we've done. 2023 notice of assessment, they were mailed January 3rd of this year, 30-day appeal period. This year we received lower number of responses or questions from property owners. I guess it's the third year of the cycle. People have a pretty good understanding of the values that we have calculated on their assessments. The notice of taxation, the tax bills will be mailed out June 1st. And City Council a few months back has approved an increase in the tax rate of 3.67%, which is not significant, but on an average $300,000 house, you're looking at a $7 increase per month in taxes. 2025 revaluation is up and coming. As you're all well aware, Saskatchewan mandates a revaluation once every 4 years. We're currently in the third year of the 2021 revaluation. On average, wrong line. I'll discuss that a little bit more as we progress in the slides on the 2025 revaluation. Our current staffing complement, it always seems like a rotating door. There's staff coming and going. For the most part, we're in pretty good shape. We have a full complement of property assessors with the exception of one coordinator position. I do want to mention, no better place to mention this than here to a bunch of assessors in the room. There will be a city assessor competition in the city of Regina coming up in the next few months. I do plan to retire. 32 years of assessment in New Brunswick combined with 4 years here in Regina. That's 36 years, and I've always had a magic number of 58, and that's my year. So there will be a competition coming out for all those who might be interested. Talked a little bit about the building permit activity in the last couple of years. You can see our single-family dwellings. In 2022, we had 326 new starts compared to 413 in 2021. Our condo units, these are basically townhouse units. They're not apartment-style units, but they're townhouse units where we've seen 500 units in 2022 versus 98 back in 2021. Developers basically set the trend, and we're following the trend based on what they're building and what is actually selling, and that's what we're seeing is an increase in the townhouse developments. Our multi-residential in 2022, there were only 44 units in comparison to 291 in 2021. Once again, market demands. Commercial were relatively stable, we have been with 47 new starts versus 37. We're seeing a lot of the commercial activity revolving around the new residential subdivisions that we have in place, where they're expanding the commercial presence. Industrial, very little industrial, 4 starts in 2022 with 3 in 2021. And basically, we have a number of industrial type properties here in the city of Regina that have been sitting vacant for a number of years. So a lot of those properties are being rehabilitated. And so that kind of, I think, shows is the reasoning for why there's not such a significant increase there. Institutionally, we've got a lot of schools that are being built. We've got a lot of churches that are being built, as you can see from 11 new starts. Demolitions, 73 demolitions. And you might think, well, that's not good. But really, it is good. It's good and bad in the sense that we are tearing down some of the old stock of houses in the city and replacing them with infilled houses. So we're revitalizing our neighborhoods. So in one sense, it's good and bad to see those demolitions. 2023 Board of Revision. So basically, that's the first level of appeals. And thankfully, we don't have that many this year. There are 76 in total, 7 residential, 69 commercial. We've already had our assessors chatting with a number of these property owners. There's been 3 withdrawn, 6 agreements, And as of right now, we have 10 scheduled hearings, which is it's quite good. We're quite impressed with the numbers, but it's still a lot of work to get ready for those appeals. Court of Appeal decisions, there's been a couple of real big ones that have just recently taken place within the last 4 to 6 months. 2019 Southland Mall and 2019 Boardwalk REIT were two key decisions that we were waiting for from the Court of Appeal. Both decisions came back, and we were waiting for an actual decision, but we didn't get that. Both of these appeals have been remitted back to the Assessment Appeals Committee for a de novo trial. So what that means is basically all the information that was presented prior to, it will be presented again to a new committee, and they will make a decision as to the direction for the value on these properties. There's a couple things that are kind of interesting here. There's two legal questions that have been answered in these decisions, and one is the disclosure obligations of property assessors for confidential information, but also the jurisdiction of the Assessment Appeals Committee to address concerns about the procedural fairness of proceedings before the boards. So we started 4 months ago. First off, we had a case management with the Assessment Appeals Committee. They established a case management meeting with us and the appellants. It has taken 4.5 months just to satisfy the request for information. So I think you can see how long and a lengthy process this is going to be. We're expecting August/September of this year for the actual hearings, but I'm still waiting to see if that's actually going to materialize in that timeline. But very important decisions that we are still waiting on. Next thing I'll talk about is very, very briefly, because Sean has already addressed it in one of his presentations, and basically it's the SUMA Working Group, Assessment Legislation and Policy Review Working Group. We, the City of Regina, are involved. We're an eager participant in this. We're looking at, first off, the mandate is basically to investigate and identify legislative issues, moving forward with recommendations from the International Property Tax Institute. I would quickly say it's the elimination of the use of POVs, shortening the reval cycle from 4 years to 2 or possibly 1, changing the base date, and moving to a true market value system. The City of Regina is a willing participant in this working group. The city is very interested in exploring opportunities to improve upon the understanding and transparency of the property assessment function here in the province. I think, personally, this is an incredible opportunity for SUMA, for SAMA, for SARM, for government relations, to work towards building a better system that we have here in Regina. Not to walk into these negotiations or these meetings with, being closed-minded. Walk into them open-minded and try to realize what best can we do for the province and for the property owners to make the assessment function more understandable and more transparent. So this working group has just basically started. There will be a number of recommendations that come out of it within the next couple of months. 2023 priorities in City of Regina. First off is 2025 revaluation. As I've already mentioned, we're in the midst of preparing for that. We're reviewing all our property sales, verifying residential and commercial sales up to the effective date of January 1 of 2023. All our requests for information have been sent out to property owners so that we can have all the up-to-date current information in order to create our valuation models. We do have some preliminary results, and I will caution they're preliminary. Our single-family properties, we're looking at a 5 to 6% increase. Condominiums, a slight reduction of 2%. Our multi-residential sales, unfortunately, there has been a decline in the value of these properties. We're looking at probably a 10 to 15% decrease. Our commercial values are stable at about 1 to 2%, and our hotel motels are yet to be determined. But we're working on it's a priority. We have to get ready for 2025, and we know that, so we're doing that. Succession planning. Recently hired a data scientist. We have a vacant coordinator position. I think all assessment jurisdictions, whether you're in this province or you're in another province, are having difficulty attracting and maintaining assessors. And we're no different than anyone else. What I'm finding, and it's a common thread, is that young people today typically won't commit to a lifetime in property assessment like I have done and like many of you folks have done. So we have to stick handle around situations like that. But I am impressed to think, you know, there is a little bit of a stir that there's potentially going to be a provincial entity that is going to start looking into, and I think our SAAA is going to lead the way on this, is to looking into a provincial program to attract young people into the property assessment field. So we're just beginning talks on it right now, but I'm certainly hopeful that we will have that opportunity in the near future. Our CAMA modernization, I think I've reported on this many, many times now. We're still modernizing our system. It's a multi-year effort. Basically, it's taking our system from an Oracle-based system to a Microsoft.NET system. The modernization will provide us with a more friendly user environment for our assessors, and also the flexibility to create analytical reports. So that's just a real quick update from City of Regina. And go, Pats, go.
Thank you, Steve. I'll call on Bryce True from the City of Saskatoon. Bryce.
There we go. All right, well, I basically could just repeat everything else you've heard today, as a lot of the issues that the other service providers are the same in the City of Saskatoon, but I will provide you with a brief overview, and I'll try to be as quick as possible, as I know many of you want to get on the road, and those watching at home, I'm sure you want to wake up from your nap and get on with your day. So the City of Saskatoon, we are currently on a 2-day hybrid work from home plan. This is a pilot project that is coming up here in the next month or so, but we do anticipate that it will continue, just with a few tweaks with all the lessons that we've learned from the last year. Internally from the City of Saskatoon, currently we are fully staffed. We do have one temporary open position that will be posted here in the next couple of weeks. The population for the City of Saskatoon is estimated that it's going to grow to 290,750 in 2023. This is based on a 3-year average of about 1.6%, and 2.2% was our growth actually in 2022, so we are starting to trend upwards, and we're projecting about a 2% growth in 2023. The assessment function in Saskatoon is carried out by 30 employees. Staff manage all aspects of property assessment, from data collection, valuation, defensive value, and maintenance and reporting the assessment role. New commercial permits issued by building standards, including industrial, started to trend up in 2021 after a steady decline between 2014 and 2020. In 2021, we had 88 new permits, and in 2022, we had 83. Currently, in 2023, we are slightly ahead of this number for new commercial permits that we had in 2022. Since the boom, the number of new housing starts, or new residential housing starts, has declined after peaking in 2,905 in 2012 and hit a low in 2019 of 1,099. New residential permits have continued to see slight or significant increases since 2019. So far in 2023, we have seen an increase in renovation permits versus where we were last year. So we are seeing a little bit more renovations occurring in Saskatoon than new permits, which is an interesting trend that we'll watch for the rest of this year. A milestone we hit in 2022 is Saskatoon officially passed the 100,000 roll number plateau. So we currently have 100,462 accounts in 2023, which is up from 95,000 just 5 years ago. About 6,100 of these parcels are commercial permits. And I will also note that our assessment roll for 2023 did close on February 3rd of this year. Historically, in a revaluation year, we do see our appeal volumes spike and tend to drop in the following years. As you can see from this chart, unfortunately in Saskatoon, that has not been the case. We were approximately at 700 appeals in the 2005 revaluation year, 400 in 2009 and 2013 years, and approximately 600 in 2017. For the 2021 reassessment, this spiked to 758. However, in 2022 and 2023, we did not experience the typical drop in assessment appeals. In 2023, we have had 577 appeals filed against our preliminary roll. Of these 577 appeals, 7 were heard in March, 53 have been resolved, 434 are scheduled over 13 hearings over 10 days in April, and 76 are scheduled over 16 hearings in 11 days in May. So we have about 6 staff that work on our appeals who will be fairly busy over the next 2 months. Given this increase in appeal volume, we have been forced to shift some tasks that would normally be assigned to reassessment at this time in the cycle, as resources are needed to defend all these values. As 2023 marks the base year for our next reassessment, we are diligently working on vetting market data and starting analysis. We will begin our residential condo analysis in April, with single-family residential to begin shortly after. Commercially, we have mailed out all of our requests for 2022 information, hoping to have all the data received by June 30th, 2023, so we can start that analysis and look at start our modeling, for our commercial properties. The early trend analysis of the data that we have received, and as Andrew pointed out, this is all early data that is subject to change. But we have noted that our values for residential have rebounded after dropping in 2021 and appear to be increasing across all property types from the 2019 base date. Commercially, the overall trend is going up. However, as may be expected, some property types such as retail and office appear to be trending down. With factors such as the pandemic, shifts in consumer habits, and workplace structure impacting these markets, it is worth noting, though, that these 2 sectors were the ones that saw significant increases over the last 2 reassessments. Analysis of these trends is very important both throughout the entire city of Saskatoon and within each group, as we determine which tax tools we use and how we use them. Currently, the city of Saskatoon has a 1.59 commercial tax ratio, and in 2021, we had a 2-year commercial phase-in and no phase-in for residential. We currently also have a $1.5 million commercial contingency that helps smooth out the effects of appeals to the taxpayer throughout the assessment cycle. For our 2025 reassessment, communication and education of the ratepayer will be the key factor to ensuring we utilize these tax tools so they are fair, understandable, and ensure a smooth process for the next reassessment. So looking ahead, as Betty pointed out earlier, in the assessment field, we do have to remain flexible and agile. So making sure that we put resources in the right spots so we can deal with the issues that we have, the added appeal volume, and making sure that we get our reassessment done for 25 are the biggest concerns we have. And also our tax billing will be going out in May with our bills due June 30th. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. I'll call on Julianne Rempel from City of Swift Current to give their update. Julianne.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with each of you. Thank you to my fans in the back. I'm not used to public speaking, so bear with me. Can you say, was this arrow? Yeah. So in the City of Swift Current, we're probably the smallest one to report to you here today, but we have 7,743 assessment IDs that consist of over 11,000 parcels within our city, the majority being are single-family dwellings. We don't have a lot of new construction. Growth has kind of been at a standstill for the past little while, like only 4 single-family houses built, 7 commercial developments and 3 industrial developments. The majority of our permits come in, the 78 permits, for alterations. So R&R, remove, replace, take something existing and repurpose it. For example, we've had 4 churches that are now single-family dwellings. We have another 4 churches that are now 4plexes. So it's really neat to see that over the period where we were experiencing COVID, a lot of people found a property, invested in it, and made it what they wanted it to be. Without being able to leave the city and vacation and things like that, we found a focused move to improving the properties we already had. So our assessment notices, we actually just mailed them out on March 31st, and our roll will close on May 1st. Our annual budget was approved by City Council here just on March 30th. Looking at the current year and where we're at, we'll have our 30-day appeal window here that I was just pointing out that closes on May 1st there. Looking back at last year, in 2022, we had 8 appeals in our preliminary roll. 5 were residential, 1 commercial, and 2 multi-residential. All were able to be settled through agreements to adjust, finding out that our data characteristics were off. And once we found that error, it was our responsibility to make it right. In our supplemental roll, we actually have 15 appeals from a property owner, and once we dug into it and realized what the issue was, the data was right and was there. It was more an issue about the individual's tax concerns, so the appeals were dismissed. Going forward, we are doing preparation for the 2025 revaluation, sending out those questionnaires, talking to property owners, making sure they know that we're accessible if they have questions. We're also looking into updating our CAMA system. It was purchased back in 2007 and could possibly be something out there that's better for us in order to meet the needs of our municipality having such a small staff. Our assessment base and looking at sales from the past cycle to this cycle, you'll see that sales in Swift Current aren't really all that high. We've had a bit of an increase in 2021, but overall, there's not a lot of property movement within Swift Current due to the fact that there isn't a lot of growth. Most of it is just people shuffling within what we already have. Our building permits have continued to decrease, but that is also understanding how to basically find out from the customer what a building permit is, doing an education process, and it's something that the assessment department for the City of Swift Current works hand in hand with the building department. Being such a small municipality, our departments depend on each other to meet the needs of each of our residents. So a lot of those permits and that decrease in number have come from, instead of issuing a demo permit and then a construction permit, we now call it a remove and replace, and so you have 1 permit. So the numbers have changed a little bit just in the fact of how we do things. And then on our next slide, looking into ways we can work with the residents is to provide incentives. So if we don't have new industry and we don't have a growth in our population, how can we work with the individuals working and living there? So in residential, we have an inner city housing incentive policy, which is a 5-year exemption on the improvement that if they are to build, so remove and basically to demolish an older home and replace it with a new one, they have 5 years. On the taxation side, we have a sprinkler installation tax abatement. Because of the sprawl of our municipality, for those residences that are outside the 6-minute response time of our fire hall, if they install a sprinkler installation system, they receive a 50% reduction on the municipal portion of their taxes for a period of 5 years or a ceiling of $4,000. To encourage multi-residential, as times change and things cost more and inflation increases, we have a look towards finding more economic ways to live. And you look at our students who are in college, they just aren't in a place where they have the down payment to buy their first home. So we have a multifamily incentive policy to provide lower income, newer properties for people to own or to rent. And with that policy, again, it's a 5-year exemption. And if it's owner occupied, it's a stepped at 25% exempt the first year, 50% the next year, and then 100% for the next 3 years, so that they receive the incentive the longer they own it. We also have the incentive that works in the reverse for our renters. For our businesses, wanting to allow them to grow within our community as well, we have a new business incentive policy for any brand new construction, but we've also expanded that to include existing businesses. So if you add on or build new within your existing property, there's an incentive there as well. So we've been working a lot to speak to the individuals of our community, to educate them, to make them know what is happening, when and why, and for what reason. So our communications and stakeholder consultants have worked on a social media campaign, making sure that it's quick, it's to the point, it grabs your attention. So this year we sent out in our infotainment, check your mailboxes. And then that way they can scan the QR code and get more information, but they knew what they needed to know at a glance. So we're working on a conversational tone saying, this is what we are doing, this is when, this is why, and yes, this matters to you. Our city council has been working really hard on new strategies and plans for our future. So we're advancing our community through partnerships with businesses, strengthening our economic sustainability and prosperity through incentives and abatements, enhancing city operations and services by looking at old infrastructure and finding replacement protocols for that, and strengthening our people, leadership and governance, like Betty has said and like Bryce has said, and we've all communicated that it's about having the right person in the right role and creating a team that does well together so that we all help each other and we can do the best that we possibly can. And that's it for the City of Swift Current. Any questions? No? Yay. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you to Vanessa, Steve, Bryce, and Julianne. That was excellent. No other questions. I'll let you guys go back to your chairs. And we have no resolutions, so that brings up Myron, if you want to come up and wrap up the session and adjourn the meeting.
The speech everybody's been waiting for. Thanks, John, and thank you for emceeing our meeting today. I'd also like to again thank all our executive and staff for the great job they've done this year. Our advisory committee members, I noticed several of them in the room here today, and some of them online today. Thank you all for your valued input. It's certainly something that we all look forward to hearing from you on our advisory committees and hopefully keep us going in the right directions. Our partners of SUMA, SARM, and government relations, we wouldn't be here without you guys, and our funding partners that keep the doors open. I'd like to thank everyone, especially in this room today, for being here, and not forgetting you that have been attending online today, that have come on here virtually. Thank you very much for attending our AGM. Please take time to fill out the question cards if you have any questions that you want us to answer for you. And I believe this year the evaluation forms are going to be coming on an email to you. So when you get them, we'd certainly appreciate it if you'd fill out them evaluation forms so we know what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. And other than that, thank you all. The best of you in 2023. Drive safely, and we'll see you all in Saskatoon next year. Oh, and thank you all, right? Thank you all to the audio video people that made all this work today. Thank you very much. Thank you.